Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. The author of these notes and the notes themselves are both, of course, imaginary. All the same, if we take into consideration the conditions that have shaped our society, people like the writer not only may but must exist in that society. I have tried to present to the public, in a more striking form than is usual, a character belonging to the very recent past, a representative figure from a generation still surviving. In the chapter entitled "The Underground", this personage introduces himself and his outlook on life, and tries, as it were, to elucidate the causes that inevitably brought about, his appearance in our midst. In the second section, we follow this personage's memoirs of some of the happenings in his life. Fyodor Dostoevsky. Chapter 1. The Underground. I am a sick man. I am an angry man. I am an unattractive man. I think there is something wrong with my liver, but I don't understand the least thing about my illness, and I don't know for certain what part of me is affected. I'm not having any treatment for it, and never have had, although I have a great respect for medicine and for doctors. I am besides extremely superstitious, if only in having such respect for medicine. I am well educated enough not to be superstitious, but superstitious I am. No, I refuse treatment out of spite. That is something you will probably not understand. Well, I understand it. I can't of course explain who my spite is directed against in this matter. I know perfectly well that I can't score off the doctors in any way by not consulting them. I know better than anybody that I am harming nobody but myself. All the same, if I don't have treatment, it is out of spite. Is my liver out of order? Let it get worse. I have been living like this for a long time now, about 20 years. I am 40. I once used to work in the government service, but I don't now. I was a bad civil servant. I was rude, and I enjoyed being rude. After all, I didn't take bribes, so I had to have some compensation. A poor witticism, but I won't cross it out. When I wrote it down, I thought it would seem very pointed. Now, when I see that I was simply trying to be clever and cynical, I shall leave it in on purpose. When people used to come to the desk where I sat, asking for information, I snarled at them, and was hugely delighted when I succeeded in hurting somebody's feelings. I almost always did succeed. They were mostly timid people. You know what people looking for favors are like. But among these swaggerers there was one officer I simply couldn't stand. He absolutely refused to be intimidated, and he made a disgusting clatter with his sword. I carried on a campaign against him for 18 months over that sword. I won in the end. He stopped making a clatter with it. This, however, was when I was still young. But do you know what was the real point of my bad temper? The main point and the supreme nastiness lay in the fact that even at my moments of greatest spleen, I was constantly and shamefully aware that not only was I not seething with fury, I was not even angry. I was simply scaring sparrows for my own amusement. I might be foaming at the mouth, but bring me some sort of toy to play with, or a nice sweet cup of tea, and I would calm down, and even be stirred to the depths, although I would probably turn on myself afterwards. and suffer from insomnia for months. That was always my way. I was lying when I just said now that I was a bad civil servant. I was lying out of spite. I was simply playing a game with the officer and my other callers. In reality, I never could make myself malevolent. I was always conscious of many elements showing the directly opposite tendency. I felt them positively swarming inside me, these elements. I knew they had swarmed there all my life, asking to be let out, but I wouldn't let them out. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. They tormented me shamefully. They drove me into convulsions, and in the end they bored me. Oh, how they bored me. You think that now I'm making some sort of confession to you, asking your forgiveness, don't you? I'm sure you do, but I assure you it's all the same to me if you do think so. Not only couldn't I make myself malevolent, I couldn't make myself anything, neither good nor bad, neither a scoundrel nor an honest man, neither a hero nor an insect. Now I go on living in my corner and irritating myself with the spiteful and worthless consolation that a wise man can't seriously make himself anything, only a fool makes himself anything. Yes, a man of the 19th century ought, indeed, is morally bound to be essentially without character. A man of character, a man who acts, is essentially limited. Such is my 40-year-old conviction. I am 40 now, and 40 years is a lifetime. It is an extreme old age. To go on living for after 40 is unseemly, disgusting, immoral. Who goes on living after 40? Give me a sincere and honest answer. I'll tell you. Fools and rogues. I'll tell you all the old men that to their faces, all those venerable elders, those silver-haired, fragrant old men, I'll tell the whole world, I have the right to talk like this because I'm going to live to be 60, 70, 80. Stop. Let me get my breath back. You probably think I'm trying to amuse you. You're wrong there too. I'm not such a cheerful fellow as you think, or as you perhaps think, if, however, annoyed by all this chatter, and I can feel you are annoyed, you ask me positively who I am. I answer, I am a collegiate assessor. I joined the civil service in order to earn my bread and for no other reason. And when last year a distant relative left me 6,000 roubles in his will, I retired immediately and settled down in my little corner. I lived in this same corner even before that, but now I've settled down in it. My room is mean and shabby, on the outskirts of the town. My servant is a pleasant woman, old, crabbed, and stupid, and what's more, she always smells bad. I am told that the climate of St. Petersburg is bad for me, and that with my insignificant means it costs too much to live here. I know all that, a lot better than all my extremely wise and experienced advisers and headshakers. But I shall stay here. I will not leave St. Petersburg. I won't go away, because, oh, after all, it doesn't matter in the least whether I go away or I don't. However, what can a decent, respectable man talk about with the greatest pleasure? Answer: himself. Well, so I too will talk about myself. 2. I should like to tell you now, whether you want to hear it or not, why I couldn't make even an insect of myself. I tell you solemnly that I have wanted to make an insect of myself many times. that I couldn't succeed even in that. I swear to you that to think too much is a disease, a real, acute, actual disease. For ordinary human life, it would be more than sufficient to possess ordinary human intellectual activity, that is to say, half or a quarter as much as falls to the lot of an educated man in our unhappy 19th century, and especially one having the misfortune to live in St. Petersburg, the most abstract and intentional city in the whole round world. Towns can either be intentional or unintentional. It would be quite enough, for example, to have the consciousness of all our so-called men of action and public figures. I am prepared to let you think that in writing all this I am simply striking attitudes and scoring off men of action, and in the worst of taste, too, I am rattling my sword like that officer. But who can be vain of his disease, still less swagger with it? Why do I say that, though? Everybody does it. We all show off with our diseases, and I perhaps more than anybody. Don't let's argue. I expressed myself clumsily, but all the same I'm firmly convinced that not only a great deal, but every kind of intellectual activity is a disease. I hold to that. Let us leave it for the moment. Tell me this: why is it that it always had to happen, as if on purpose, that in those moments, yes, in those same very moments, when I was most capable of recognizing all the subtle beauties of the highest and the best, as we used to say, I could not only fail to recognize them, but could actually do such ugly, repulsive things as, well, such things, in short, as perhaps everybody does, but which always happened to me, as if on purpose, when I was most conscious that I ought not to do them. The more aware I was of beauty and of the highest and the best, the deeper I sank into my slime, and the more capable I became of immersing myself completely in it. But the chief feature of all this was that it was not accidental, but as if it had to be so. It was as if this was my normal condition, not a disease or a festering sore in me, so that finally I lost even the desire to struggle against the spell. I ended by almost believing, or perhaps fully believing, that this was really my normal state. But before that, in the beginning, how much I suffered in the struggle! I didn't believe the same thing could happen to other people, and so I have kept the secret to myself my whole life. I was ashamed, perhaps I was ashamed even now. I got to the point where I felt an abnormal, mean, secret stirring of pleasure in going back home to my corner from some debauched St. Petersburg night, conscious in the highest degree that I had once again done something vile, and that what was done could never be undone, and secretly in my heart I would gnaw and nibble and probe and suck away at myself until the bitter taste turned at last into a kind of shameful, devilish sweetness, and finally downright definite pleasure. Yes, pleasure, pleasure. I stand by that. The reason I have spoken of it is that I want to know for certain whether other people feel that kind of pleasure. Let me explain. The pleasure came precisely from being too clearly aware of your own degradation, from the feeling of having gone to the uttermost limits, that it was vile, but it could not have been otherwise, that you could not escape. You could never make yourself into a different person, that even if enough faith and time remained for you to make yourself into something different, you probably wouldn't want to change yourself. And even if you did want to, you wouldn't do anything because, After all, perhaps it wasn't worth while to change. But finally and chiefly, all this proceeded from the normal basic laws of intellectual activity and the inertia directly resulting from these laws, and consequently, not only wouldn't you change yourself, you wouldn't even do anything at all. For example, it turns out in consequence of intensified awareness that it seems to be some kind of consolation to a scoundrel to feel fully conscious that he really is a scoundrel. But that's enough. Ah, I've talked a lot, but what have I explained? How can this pleasure be accounted for? But I will explain myself. I'll go on to the end. That's why I took up my pen. For example, I'm very touchy. I'm sensitive and quick to take offense, like a hunchback or a dwarf. But there have been times when, if somebody had given me a slap in the face, I might even have been glad of it. I am speaking seriously. I should certainly have known how to find pleasure in it. The pleasure, of course, of despair, but despair can hold the most intense sort of pleasure when one is strongly conscious of the hopelessness of one's position. And here, with the slap in the face, it is forced in upon you what filth you are smeared with. The main thing is that, however you look at it, it always turns out that you are chiefly to blame for everything. And what hurts most of all, innocently to blame by the laws of nature, as it were. I am to blame because, first of all, I am cleverer than anybody else around me. I have always thought myself cleverer than anybody I knew, and sometimes, if you will believe me, I have felt quite ashamed of it. In any case, I have always turned my eyes away and never been able to look anybody straight in the face. And finally, I am to blame because even if I had had any generosity of spirit in me, it would only have been a greater torment to me to realize its complete uselessness. After all, I should probably have been unable to do anything with my generosity of soul, neither forgive, because the person who offended me might have been following the laws of nature, and you can't forgive the laws of nature, nor forget, because even if it was according to the laws of nature, it was still an affront. Finally, even if I refused to show any generosity of spirit, but wanted to be revenged for the insult, I couldn't even take my revenge on anybody for anything, because I should probably find it impossible to make up my mind to take any steps, even if I could. Why not? I should like to say a word or two about that in particular. 3. Those people, for example, who can avenge their wrongs and generally stand up for themselves, how do they do it? They seem to be so possessed by the desire for, say, revenge, that for the time there is nothing left in the whole being but that emotion. A man like that goes straight for his goal like a mad bull, charging with his horns down, and is to be stopped, if at all, only by a stone wall. By the way, men like that, men of action, doers, quite genuinely give up when faced with a wall. To them a wall is not a challenge, it is to us. For example, men who think and therefore don't do anything, nor is it an excuse for turning aside, an excuse that people like us are always glad of, even if we don't usually even believe in it ourselves. No, they give up all sincerity. A wall is for them something calming, morally decisive and final, perhaps even something mystical, but I'll come back to the wall later. Well, that sort of spontaneous man is the real man, as nature, his tender mother, lovingly bringing him to birth upon the earth, would wish to see him. I am green with envy of such men. They are stupid, I won't deny that. But perhaps a normal man ought to be stupid. How can you tell? Perhaps it is even a very fine thing to be. I am even more convinced that this suspicion, so to speak, of mine is true by the fact that if one takes the antithesis of the normal man, for example the man of heightened awareness, who has of course emerged not from the womb of nature but from a test tube, this is almost mysticism, but that is a thing I distrust too. The test tube man will sometimes give up so completely when confronted by his antithesis that he will honestly look upon himself with all his sharpened consciousness as a mouse, not a man, a highly conscious mouse, but all the same a mouse, while the other is a man, and consequently, and so on. And the point is that he looks on himself as a mouse of his own accord. Nobody asks him to do so. That is the important thing. Let us now look at this mouse in action. Suppose, for example, that it too has been insulted, and it will almost always be subjected to slights, and desires revenge. Perhaps even more fury will accumulate inside it than inside homme de la nature et de la vérité, the nasty, mean little desire to pay back the offender in his own coin may gnaw more viciously inside it than inside homme de la nature et de la vérité, because homme de la nature et de la vérité, with his innate stupidity, considers his revenge to be no more than justice, while the mouse, with its heightened awareness, denies that there is any justice about it. At last comes the act itself, the revenge. The wretched mouse has by this time accumulated, in addition to the original nastiness, so many other nastinesses in the shape of questions and doubts, and so many other unresolved problems in addition to the original problem, that it has involuntarily collected round itself a fatal morass, a stinking bog consisting of its own doubts and agitation, and finally of the spittle rained on it by all the spontaneous men of action, standing portentously round as judges and referees, and howling with laughter. Of course nothing remains for it to do but shrug the whole thing off and creep shamefacedly into its hole with a smile of pretended contempt, in which it doesn't even believe itself. There is its nasty stinking cellar. Our offended, browbeaten, and derided mouse sinks at once into cold, venomous, and above all, undying resentment. It will sit there for 40 years together, remembering the insult in the minutest and most shameful detail, and constantly adding even more shameful details of its own invention, maliciously tormenting and fretting itself with its own imagination. It will be ashamed of its fantasies, but all the same it will always be remembering them and turning them over in its mind, inventing things that never happen because they might have done so, and forgiving nothing. Perhaps it will even begin to take its revenge, but somehow in little bits, in snatches, furtively, anonymously, not believing either in its right to revenge itself or in its success in doing so, and knowing in advance that it will suffer 100 times more painfully from every one of its attempts at revenge than the victims of them, who will perhaps even never notice them. On its deathbed it will recall the whole thing over again with compound interest, and it is precisely this cold, sickening, half despair, half hope, this deliberately burying oneself in a cellar for 40 years out of spite, this well established and yet somehow unconvincing powerlessness to escape from the situation, all this poisonous accumulation of unsatisfied wishes in the breast, all these feverish vacillations, all these resolutions firmly taken for all time and repented of again after a few minutes, that give rise to and nourish that strange pleasure I was speaking of. It is so subtle and sometimes so little subject to the conscious mind that slightly limited people, or sometimes simply those whose nervous systems are stable, will not understand the least thing about it. Perhaps you will put in with a grin, nobody who hasn't had a slap in the face will be able to understand either, thus politely hinting that perhaps I myself have suffered a slap in the face at some time in my life, and therefore speak from experience. I am prepared to bet that is what you think. But don't worry, I haven't experienced any slaps, though it makes absolutely no difference to me what you think on the subject. Perhaps I am even a little sorry that I have dealt out a few slaps myself. But that's enough. Not another word on this subject you find so extraordinarily interesting. I will go quietly on about the people with strong nerves, who don't understand certain refinements of pleasure. These gentlemen, although they roar full-throatedly like bulls, and I suppose it does them the greatest credit, will on some occasions, as I have already said, calm down at once when they are faced with an impossibility. Impossibility is a stone wall. What do I mean by a stone wall? Well, of course, the laws of nature or the conclusions of the natural sciences or of mathematics. When it is proved, for example, that you are descended from an ape, it is no use scowling about it, accept it as a fact. Or if it is demonstrated that half an ounce of your own fat ought essentially be dearer to you than 100,000 of your fellow creatures, and that this demonstration finally disposes of all so-called good deeds, duties, and other lunacies and prejudices, simply accept it. There's nothing to be done about it. Because twice two is mathematics. Just try to argue. Excuse me, they cry. You can't fight it. Twice two is four. Nature doesn't ask you about it. She's not concerned with your wishes or with whether you like her laws or not. You must take her as she is, and consequently all her results as well. I mean to say, a wall is a wall, etc., etc. But good God, what have the laws of nature and arithmetic to do with me? When for some reason I don't like those laws, or twice two, naturally I shan't break through the wall with my head, if I'm really not strong enough, but I won't be reconciled to it simply because it's a stone wall and I haven't enough strength to break it. As if a stone wall really was a soothing influence and really did carry a message of peace, simply because it is twice two. It's utterly absurd. The point is to understand everything, to realize everything, every impossibility, every stone wall, not to reconcile yourself to a single one of the impossibilities and stone walls if the thought of reconciliation sickens you, to arrive by way of the strictest logical syllogisms at the most repulsive conclusions of on the eternal theme of how you are somehow to blame for the stone wall itself, even though once again it is abundantly clear that you are not to blame at all, and in consequence of all this to sink voluptuously into inertia, silently and impotently gnashing your teeth and reflecting that there isn't even anybody for you to be angry with, that an object for your anger can't even be found, and perhaps never will be, that this is all a fake, a conjuring trick, a piece of sharp practice, and there is nothing there but a morass, nobody knows what, nobody knows who, but in spite of all the mysteries and illusions you ache with it all. And the more mysterious it is, the more you ache. 4. Ha ha ha. After that, you will be looking for pleasure even in toothache, you will exclaim, laughing. Why not? There is pleasure even in toothache, I shall reply. I once had toothache for a whole month, so I know what I'm talking about. People don't suffer that in silence, of course. They groan, but the groans aren't straightforward and honest. They are spiteful, and the spite is the whole point of them. Those groans are an expression of the sufferer's pleasure. If he didn't enjoy them, he would stop groaning. This is a good example, and I will develop it. The groans are an expression, to begin with, of all the pointlessness which the conscious mind finds so humiliating, of your pain. It's a law of nature for which, of course, you feel the utmost contempt, but from which you nevertheless suffer while she doesn't. They express your awareness of the fact that nobody has inflicted the pain on you, and yet you feel it. Your awareness that in spite of all the Wagenheims, you are utterly at the mercy of your teeth, that if something wills it, they will stop aching, and if it doesn't, they will go on aching for another 3 months. And finally, that even if you still object and try to protest, your only satisfaction will be lashing your own back or running your head even more painfully against your stone wall. And that's absolutely all. Well, it is from these bloody wrongs, these practical jokes of an unidentifiable gesture, that pleasure finally arises, pleasure that sometimes attains the utmost rapture. I ask you to listen sometime to the groaning of a cultured man of the 19th century who has been suffering from toothache for 2 or 3 days, and whose groans are beginning to be different from those of the first day. That is, he is not groaning simply because his teeth ache, nor like a coarse peasant, but like a man touched by enlightenment and European civilization, like a man who has cut himself off from the soil and his roots among the people, as they say nowadays. His groans have become something vicious and maliciously nasty, and they go on all day and all night, and yet he knows perfectly well that his groans won't do the slightest good. He knows better than anybody else that he is harrowing and irritating himself and everybody else for nothing. He realizes that even the audience for which he is performing, even his own family, are sick of listening to him. They don't believe a word of it, and they know in their hearts that he could very well groan in another, simpler fashion, without rollards and flourishes, and is merely indulging himself out of spite and ill humour. Well, the pleasure lies in all this conscious shamefulness. I'm disturbing you, he seems to say. I'm lacerating your feelings and preventing everybody in the house from sleeping. Well, don't sleep then. You ought to be feeling my toothache all the time. I'm not a hero to you any longer, as I used to try to seem, but only a worthless good-for-nothing. All right then, I'm very glad you have seen through me. You don't like to hear my mean-spirited moans, do you? Dislike them then. Now I'll treat you to an even more harrowing performance. Do you understand yet, gentlemen? Yes. Evidently one must be highly developed and deeply conscious of oneself to understand all the devious ins and outs of that voluptuous delight. Are you laughing? I'm very glad. My jokes are in bad taste, of course, gentlemen, uneven, confused, full of self-distrust. But that, comes from having no respect for myself. Can a thinking man have any self-respect whatever? 5. No, a man can't have a trace of self-respect, can he, who has attempted to find his pleasure in the consciousness of his own degradation? I'm not saying this out of some sort of pretended repentance. I never could bear anyhow to say, quote, "Forgive me, Daddy dear, I won't do it again." End quote. Not because I was incapable of saying the words, but, on the contrary, perhaps because I was too capable of saying them. And on what occasions? As sure as fate, I used to come out with them when I was absolutely innocent. That was the most degraded aspect of it. In such circumstances I would be deeply moved, filled with remorse and shedding tears, and of course I was deceiving myself, although I wasn't consciously pretending. My heart seemed to purge itself on its own accord. For this I couldn't even blame the laws of nature, although I have always resented the laws of nature more than anything else all my life. It is degrading to remember all this, and it was degrading at the time too. Of course, after a few minutes I would be reflecting that the whole thing was a lie, a disgusting lie, an unnatural lie. All that remorse, I mean, all those emotions, all those promises of regeneration. Do you ask why I tortured and tormented myself? The answer is that it was too boring to sit and do nothing, and I so indulged my fancy. That really is true. Watch yourselves as closely as you can, gentlemen, and you will see that it's true. I imagined happenings. I invented a life so that I should at any rate live. How many times have I, well, taken offense, for example, just like that, deliberately, for no reason at all. And one always knew that one was taking offense at nothing at all, putting on an act. But one went to such lengths that at last one really and truly felt affronted. I've had a tendency all my life to play that kind of trick, so much so that in the end I really lost all control over myself. There was one time, or even two, when I simply longed to fall in love. I really suffered, gentlemen, I assure you. At the bottom of my heart I can't believe in my own suffering. I feel a stirring of derision, but all the same I do suffer, and in a real, definite fashion. I am jealous. I fly into rages, and all out of boredom, gentlemen, all out of boredom. I am crushed with tedium. After all, the direct, immediate, legitimate fruit of heightened consciousness is inertia, that is, the deliberate refusal to do anything. I have mentioned this before. I repeat and repeat emphatically, all spontaneous people, men of action, are active because they are stupid and limited. How is this to be explained? Like this. In consequence of their limitations, they take immediate but secondary causes for primary ones, and thus they are more quickly and easily convinced than other people that they have found indisputable grounds for their action, and they are easy in their minds. And this, is the main thing. After all, in order to act, one must be absolutely sure of oneself. No doubts must remain anywhere. But how am I, for example, to be sure of myself? Where are the primary causes on which I can take my stand? Where are my foundations? Where am I to take them from? I practice thinking, and consequently each of my primary causes pulls along another, even more primary, in its wake, and so on ad infinitum. That is really the essence of all thinking and self-awareness. Perhaps this, once again, is a law of nature. And what, finally, is the result? The result is the same thing over again. Do you remember that I was just talking now about revenge? You probably didn't understand me. I said a man takes his revenge because he finds justice in it. That means he has found his primary reason, his foundation, namely justice. Thus he is easy on all counts, and consequently takes his revenge calmly and successfully, being convinced that he is performing a just and honorable action. But really, I can't find any justice or any kind of virtue in it, and consequently, if I take my revenge, it is purely out of resentment. Resentment, of course, which might overcome all my doubts and hesitations, and might therefore serve quite successfully instead of a primary cause, precisely because it isn't a cause. But what can I do if I don't even feel resentment? This was my starting point of a short time ago. My anger, in consequence of the damned laws of consciousness, is subject to chemical decomposition. As you look, its object vanishes into thin air. Its reasons evaporate. The offender is nowhere to be found. The affront ceases to be an offense and becomes destiny. Something like toothache, for which nobody is to blame, and consequently there remains only the same outcome, which is banging one's head as hard as one can against the stone wall. Well, you shrug it off, because you haven't found a primary cause. But try letting yourself be carried along blindly by your feelings. Banish your reason, if only for the moment. Hate or love anything rather than do nothing. The day after tomorrow, at the very latest, you will begin to despise yourself for your conscious self-deception. The result is a soap bubble and inertia. Oh, gentlemen, perhaps the only reason I consider myself a clever man is that I have never in all my life been able to either begin or finish anything. A windbag, I may be, an ineffective, irritating windbag like all of us. But what can one do if the only straightforward task of every intelligent man is pointless chattering, the deliberate pouring out of emptiness? 6. Oh, if only it was only out of laziness that I do nothing. Lord, how much I should respect myself then. I should respect myself because I had something inside me, even if it was only laziness. I should have, at any rate, one positive quality of which I could be sure. Question: what is he? Answer: a lazy man. And it really would be very pleasant to hear that said of me. It would mean being positively defined. It would mean that there was something that could be said of me. A lazy man, that is a name calling. It's positively a career. Don't laugh, it's true. Then I should be, by right, a member of the very best club, and have no other occupation than nursing my self-esteem. I once knew a gentleman who prided himself on all his life on being a connoisseur of Chateau Lafite. He considered that to be his positive merit, and never doubted himself. He died not so much with a quiet as with a triumphant conscience, and he was quite right. And I should choose for myself a career. I should be a lazy man and a glutton, but not a simple one, rather one who, for example, was in sympathy with all that is best and highest. How do you like that idea? It has often crossed my mind that best and highest is an absolute headache to me now, at 40. But that is now that I am 40. Then, oh, then would have been very different. I should have found a suitable sphere of action for myself at once, namely, drinking to the best and highest. I would have seized every opportunity of first dropping a tear into my glass and then draining it in honor of the highest and best. I would have sought out the best and highest in the nastiest, most unmistakable filth. I should have been as tearful as a wet sponge, For example, an artist has painted a picture of tortured naturalism. I immediately drink the health of the painter of this ugly picture because I am a lover of the best and highest. An author has written, and as you like it, at once I drink the health of those who do like it, because I love all that is best and highest. I demand general respect in return, and woe betide anybody who does not give me it. I live peacefully and die triumphantly. Charming, absolutely charming. And I should grow such a massive corporation and such a multitude of chins, and acquire by my activities such an imperially crimson nose, that everybody seeing me would exclaim, "Now he's somebody. That's a man who positively has something." And say what you like, gentlemen, in our negative age, such exclamations are pleasant to hear. 7. But all these are golden daydreams. Tell me, who was it who first declared, proclaiming it to be the whole world, that a man does evil only because he does not know his real intentions, and if he is enlightened and has his eyes opened to his own best and normal interests, man will cease to do evil and at once become virtuous and noble? Because when he is enlightened and understands what will really benefit him, he will see his own best interest in virtue. And since it is well known that no man can knowingly act against his best interests, consequently he will inevitably, so to speak, begin to do good. Oh, what a baby! Oh, what a pure, innocent child! To begin with, when in all these thousands of years have men acted solely in their own interests? What about all those millions of incidents testifying to the fact that men have knowingly, that is, in full understanding of their own best interests, put them in the background and taken a perilous and uncertain course, not because anybody or anything drove them to, but simply and solely because they did not choose to follow the appointed road, as it were, but wilfully and obstinately preferred to pursue a perverse and difficult path, almost lost in the darkness. This shows that obstinacy and self-will meant more to them than any kind of advantage. Advantage? What is advantage? Besides, can you undertake to define exactly where a man's advantage lies? What if it sometimes so happens that a man's advantage not only may, but must consist in desiring in certain cases not what is good, but what is bad for him? And if so, if such cases are even possible, the whole rule is utterly destroyed. Do you think such cases occur? You laugh. Laugh then, gentlemen, but answer me this. Can man's interests be correctly calculated? And are there not some which only have not been classified but are incapable of classification? After all, gentlemen, as far as I know, you deduce the whole range of human satisfactions as averages from statistical figures and scientific economic formulas. You recognize things like wealth, freedom, comfort, prosperity, and so on as good, so that a man who deliberately and openly went against that tabulation would, in your opinion, and of course in also in mine, be an obscurantist or else completely mad, wouldn't he? But there is one very puzzling thing. How does it come about that all these statisticians and experts and lovers of humanity, when they enumerate the good things of life, always omit one particular one? They don't even take into account, as they ought, and the whole calculation depends on it. After all, it would not do much harm to accept this as a good and add it to the list, but the snag lies in this, that this strange benefit won't suit any classification or fit neatly into any list. For example, I have a friend. Oh, but Gentlemen, he is a friend of yours too. Indeed, who is there who doesn't have him among his friends? When he proposes to do something, this gentleman will immediately expound to you, lucidly and polysyllabically, exactly how he must proceed by the laws of truth and logic. Moreover, he speaks with passion and enthusiasm of the true natural interests of mankind. He condemns with a sneer those short-sighted fools who understand neither their own interests nor the real meaning of virtue, and then, a quarter of an hour afterwards, without any sudden intervention from outside, but at the prompting of something inside himself that is stronger than all his self-interest, he will shoot off on a new tack, acting, that is to say, in a way that is obviously the opposite of all he has been saying, contrary to all the laws of reason, and all his own best interests, and in short everything. I must warn you that this friend is a generalization, and that consequently it is somewhat difficult to blame only him. The point, gentlemen, is this: doesn't there in fact exist something that is dearer to almost every man than his own very best interests, or, not to violate logic, some best good, the one thing that is always omitted from the list of which we were speaking just now, which is more important and higher than any other good, and for the sake of which man is prepared, if necessary, to go against all the laws, against, that is, reason, honor, peace and quiet, prosperity, in short, against all those fine and advantageous things, only to attain that primary best good which is dearer to him than all else. Well, but then it is still a good, you interrupt. By your leave, we will explain further, and the point is not in a play on words, but in fact that this good is distinguished precisely by upsetting all our classifications and always destroying the systems established by lovers of humanity or the happiness of mankind. In short, it interferes with everything. But before I name this good, I want to compromise myself personally, and so I roundly declare that all these beautiful systems, these theories of explaining his best interest to man with the idea that in his inevitable striving to attain those interests he will immediately become virtuous and noble, are in my opinion nothing but sophistry. Really, to maintain the theories of the regeneration of the whole of mankind by means of a tabulation of his own best interests is, in my opinion, the same as well as to affirm with Buckle that civilization renders man milder, and so less bloodthirsty and addicted to warfare. Logically, it appears that that ought to be the result. But man is so partial to systems and abstract deduction that in order to justify his logic he is prepared to distort the truth intentionally. This is why I take this example, because it is an extremely striking one. Look round you. Everywhere blood flows in torrents, and what's more, as merrily as if it was champagne. There's our 19th century, and it was Buckle's century too. There's your Napoleon, both the great Napoleon and the present day one. There's your North America, the everlasting Union. There is finally your grotesque Schleswig-Holstein. And what softening effect has civilization had on us? Civilization develops in man only a many-sided sensitivity to sensations, and definitely nothing more. And though the development of that many-sidedness, man may perhaps progress to the point where he finds pleasure in blood. In fact, it has already happened. Have you noticed that the most refined shedders of blood have been almost always the most highly civilized gentlemen, to whom all the various Attilas and Stenka Razins could have not have held a candle, and if they are not so outstanding as Attila and Stenka Razin, it is because they are too often met with, too ordinary, too familiar. At least, if civilization has not made man more bloodthirsty, it has certainly made him viler in his thirst for blood than he was before. Before, he saw justice in bloodshed and massacred, if he had to, with a quiet conscience. Now, although we consider bloodshed an abomination, we engage in it more than ever. Which is worse? Decide for yourselves. They say that Cleopatra, excuse my taking an example from Roman history, liked to stick golden pins into the breasts of her slaves and took pleasure in their screams and writhings. You will say that that was in barbarous times, comparatively speaking, that even today the times are barbarous because, again comparatively speaking, pins are still being thrust into people, and that even now man, although he has learned to see more clearly than in the days of barbarism, is still far from having grown accustomed to acting as reason and science direct. But all the same, you are quite sure that he will inevitably acquire the habit when certain bad old habits have altogether passed away, and common sense and science have completely re educated and normally direct human nature. You are convinced that then men will, of their own accord, cease to make mistakes and refuse, in spite of themselves, as it were, to make a difference between their volition and their normal interests. Furthermore, you say science will teach men, although in my opinion this is a superfluity, that they have not, in fact, and never have had, either will or fancy, and are no more than a sort of piano keyboard or barrel organ cylinder, and that the laws of nature still exist on earth, so that whatever man does, he does not of his own volition, but, as really goes without saying, by the laws of nature. Consequently, those laws of nature have only to be discovered. The man will no longer be responsible for his actions, and it will become extremely easy for him to live his life. All human actions, of course, will then have to be worked out by those laws mathematically, like a table of logarithms, and entered in the almanac, or better still, there will appear orthodox publications, something like our encyclopedic dictionaries, in which everything will be so accurately calculated and plotted that there will no longer be any individual deeds or adventures left in the world. Quote, then, this is all of you speaking, a new political economy will come into existence, all complete, and also calculated with mathematical accuracy, so that all problems will vanish in the twinkling of an eye, simply because all possible answers to them will have been supplied. Then the palace of crystal will arise. Then, end quote. Well, in short, the golden age will come again. Of course, it is quite impossible, and here I am speaking myself, to guarantee that it won't be terribly boring then, because what can one do if everything has been plotted out and tabulated, but on the other hand everything will be eminently sensible. Of course, boredom leads to every possible kind of ingenuity. After all, it is out of boredom that golden pins get stuck into people. But all this would not matter. What is bad, again this is me speaking, is that for all I know, people may then find pleasure even in golden pins. Man, after all, is stupid, phenomenally stupid. That is to say, although he is not in the least stupid, he is so ungrateful that it is useless to expect anything else from him. Really, I shall not be in the least surprised if, for example, in the midst of the future universal good sense, some gentleman with an ignoble, or rather a derisive and reactionary air, springs up suddenly out of nowhere, puts his arms akimbo, and says to all of us, "Come on, gentlemen, why shouldn't we get rid of all this calm reasonableness with one kick, just so as to send all these logarithms to the devil and be able to live our own lives at our own sweet will?" That wouldn't matter either. But what is really mortifying is that he would certainly find followers. That's the way men are made. And all this for the most frivolous reasons, hardly worth mentioning, one would think, namely that a man, whoever he is, always and everywhere likes to act as he chooses, and not at all according to the dictates of reason and self-interest. It is indeed possible, and sometimes positively imperative, in my view, to act directly contrary to one's best interests. One's own free and unfettered volition, one's own caprice, however wild, one's own fancy, inflamed sometimes to the point of madness, that is the one best and greatest good, which is never taken into consideration because it will not fit into any classification, and the omission of which always sends all systems and theories to the devil. Where did all these sages get the idea that a man's desires must be normal and virtuous? Why did they imagine that he must inevitably will what is reasonable and profitable? What a man needs is simply and solely independent volition, whatever that independence may cost and wherever it may lead. Well, but the devil only knows what volition. 8. Ha ha ha! But you know, as a matter of fact, volition doesn't exist. You interrupt me with a laugh. Science has already got so far in its anatomization of man that we know that so-called free will is nothing more than... End quote. Just a minute, gentlemen. That's how I was going to begin. I confess I shirked it. I was just about to exclaim that the devil only knows what volition depends on. And perhaps it's just as well, but I remembered about science and stopped short. And you came in at that point. As a matter of fact, though, if the formula for all our desires and whims is someday discovered, I mean, what they depend on, what laws they result from, how they are disseminated, what sort of good they aspire to in a particular instance, and so on, a real mathematical formula, that is, then it is possible that man will at once cease to want anything. Indeed, I suppose it is possible that he will cease to exist. Well, what's the point of wishing by numbers? Furthermore, he will at once turn from a man into a barrel organ sprig, or something of the sort. For what is man without desires, without will, without volition, but a spig on a cylinder of a barrel organ? What do you think? Let us consider the probabilities. Could this happen or not? You decide. Our desires are for the most part mistaken because of our erroneous view of our own interests. The reason why we sometimes want purely nonsensical things is that in our stupidity we see in those nonsensical things the easiest way to the attainment of some already proposed advantage. Well, but when it has all been worked out and tabulated on paper, which is quite possible because it is wicked and silly to believe in advance that there are some laws of nature that man will never discover, then of course there will no longer be any so-called volition. If ever volition becomes completely identified with common sense, we shall, of course, reason, not want, purely because it is impossible to want what has no sense, flying in the face of reason and desiring what will do one harm and still preserve one's common sense. And since all volition and all reasoning really may be tabulated because the laws of our so-called free will may indeed be discovered, it follows quite seriously that some sort of table may be drawn up and that we shall exercise our wills in conformity with that table. If, for example, it can one day be worked out and proved to me that I have on some occasion cooked a snook at somebody simply because I could not help it, and that I was obliged to make the gesture in that particular way, then what freedom remains to me, especially if I am learned and have taken a science course somewhere? After all, in that case, I can calculate my life for 30 years in advance. In short, if things turn out in this way, there won't be anything left for us to do. All the same, we shall need to understand. But in general, we ought always to be telling ourselves that inevitably, at certain times and in certain circumstances, nature will not consult us, that we must take her as she is, and not as we fancy her to be, and if we really are progressing at great speed towards the tables and almanacs, and even the test tube, there's no help for it. We must accept even the test tube, or else it will be accepted for us. Yes, but that's just where the snag is for me. Gentlemen, please excuse me for carrying my philosophizing to such absurd lengths. 40 years underground, after all. Let me give my fancy free rein. You see, gentlemen, reason is a good thing, that can't be disputed, but reason is only reason and satisfies only man's intellectual faculties, while volition is a manifestation of the whole of life. I mean of the whole of human life, including both reason and speculation. And although in this manifestation life frequently turns out to be rubbishly, and all the same it is life and not merely the extraction of a square root. After all, I, for example, quite naturally want to live so as to fulfill my whole capacity for living, and not so as to satisfy simply and solely my intellectual capacity, which is only 1/20th of my whole capacity for living. What does reason know? Reason knows only what it has succeeded in finding out. And perhaps there are some things it will never find out. There may be no consolation in this idea, but why not express it? But man's nature acts as one whole, with everything that is in it, conscious or unconscious, and although it is nonsensical, yet it lives. I suspect, gentlemen, that you are sorry for me. You keep telling me that an enlightened and fully developed human being, in short, like the human being of the future, cannot knowingly will something that is bad for him, and that this is mathematics. I quite agree. It really is a mathematical certainty. But I repeat for the 100th time that there is one case, and only one, when a man can consciously and purposely desire for himself what is positively harmful and stupid, even the very height of stupidity, and that is when he claims the right to desire, even the height of stupidity, and not be bound by the obligation of wanting only what is sensible. After all, this height of stupidity, this whim, may be for us, gentlemen, the greatest benefit on earth, especially in some cases, and in particular it may be the greatest of all benefits, even when it does us obvious harm and contradicts our reason's soundest conclusions on the subject of what is beneficial, because it does at any rate preserve what is dear and extremely important to us. That is our personality and our individuality. Some would assert that it is indeed what is dearest of all to man. Volition can of course coincide with reason, if it likes especially; if it doesn't abuse reason, but uses it in moderation, this is wholesome, and sometimes even laudable. But very often, perhaps more often than not, volition clashes directly and obstinately with reason. And, 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 do you know, this too is wholesome and sometimes even laudable. Gentlemen, let us assume that man is not stupid. Really, it is quite impossible to say that he is, if only because, after all, if he is stupid, who can be clever? But if he isn't stupid, he is monstrously ungrateful all the same. He is phenomenally ungrateful. I even think that the best definition of man is a creature that has two legs and no sense of gratitude. But that isn't all. It isn't even his greatest defect. His greatest defect is his constant misbehavior. Constant from the time of the flood to the Schleswig-Holstein period of human destiny. Misbehavior, and hence misreasoning. For it has long been well known that misreasoning arises from nothing but misbehavior. Test it. Cast a glance over the history of mankind. What do you see? Sublimity? Well, perhaps even sublimity. How much value the Colossus of Rhodes alone has, for example. It is not for nothing that Mr. Anowski testifies that while some say it is the work of human hands, others assert that it was created by nature herself. Variety? Perhaps variety too. Study only the full dress uniforms, military and civilian, of all nations in all ages, and what that alone amounts to. As for undress uniforms, they are uncountable. Not a single historian could cope with them. Monotony? Well, perhaps monotony also. Fighting, fighting all the time. There was always fighting going on, and it had gone on before, and it went on afterward. One must agree that it was monotonous to excess. In short, anything can be said of world history, anything conceivable even by the most disordered imagination. There is only one thing that you can't say: that it had anything to do with reason. The very first word would choke you. And here is something that is always cropping up. People are always appearing who are terribly sensible and moral, terribly sage, terrible lovers of the human race, who really set themselves as the goal of their whole lives to conduct themselves in the noblest and most rational manner and let their light shine before their neighbors, simply in order to prove to them that it is possible to live one's life in this world both virtuously and rationally. And what then? It is notorious that sooner or later many of these philanthropists have, towards the end of their lives, changed their nature, and furnished material for an anecdote, sometimes of the most scandalous kind. Now I ask you, what can one expect of man, as a creature endowed with such strange qualities? Shower him with all earthly blessings, plunge him so deep into happiness that nothing is visible but the bubbles rising to the surface of his happiness, as if it were water, give him such economic prosperity that he will have nothing left to do but sleep, eat gingerbread, and worry about the continuance of world history. And he, I mean man, even then, out of mere ingratitude, out of sheer devilment, will commit some abomination. He will jeopardize his very gingerbread, and deliberately will the most pernicious rubbish, the most uneconomic nonsense, simply and solely in order to alloy all this positive rationality with the element of his own pernicious fancy. It is precisely his most fantastic daydreams, his vulgarest foolishness, that he wants to cling to, just so he can assert as if it were absolutely essential that people are still people and not piano keys, as which they would be exposed to the threat of being so played on, even if it was by the laws of nature with their own hands, that they could not so much as want anything that was not tabulated in the almanacs. More than that, if men really turned out to be piano keys, and if it was proved to them by science and mathematics, even then they would not see reason, but on the contrary would deliberately do something out of sheer ingratitude, in order, in fact, to have their own way. And if they had not the means to do this, they would contrive to create destruction and chaos, invent various sufferings, and so still have their own way. They would launch curses upon the world, and since man alone can utter curses, it is his privilege and the thing that chiefly distinguishes him from the other animals. Perhaps through cursing alone he would attain his end, to convince himself that he was a man and not a piano key. If you say that all this, the chaos and darkness and cursing, could also be reduced to tables, so that the mere possibility of taking it into account beforehand would put a stop to it, and reason would still hold sway, in that case men would deliberately go mad so as not to possess reason, and thus still get their own way. I believe this. I am prepared to answer for it, because it seems to me that the whole business of humanity consists solely in this, that a man should constantly prove to himself that he is a man and not a sprig in a barrel organ, to prove it even at the expense of his own skin, to prove it even by becoming a troglodyte, and after that, how can I not offend against the rules, or refrain from expressing my satisfaction that all this hasn't happened yet, and meanwhile the devil alone knows what the will is or what it depends on. You will exclaim, if you still deign to address any exclamations to me, that after all nobody is trying to deprive me of my will, that all anybody is trying to do is to arrange that my volition will of its own accord fall in with my normal interests, the laws of nature and arithmetic. Ah, gentlemen, what will have become of our wills when everything is graphs and arithmetics, and nothing is valid but 2 and 2 make 4? 2 and 2 will make 4 without any will of mine. Is that what one's own will means? 9. Gentlemen, of course I'm joking, and I know I'm not doing it very successfully, but you know you mustn't take everything I say for a joke. I may be joking with clenched teeth. Gentlemen, there are some questions that torment me. Answer them for me. For example, here you are, wanting to wean man from his old habits and correct his will to make it conform to the demands of science and common sense. But how do you know that you not only can, but ought to remake man like that? What makes you conclude that it is absolutely necessary to correct man's volition in that way? In short, how do you know that such a correction will be good for man? And to sum the whole thing up, why are you so certain that, not flying in the face of his real, normal interests, certified by the deductions of reason and arithmetic, is really always for his good and must be a law for all mankind? After all, for the time being, it is only your supposition. Even if we assume it as a rule of logic, it may not be a law for all mankind at all. Perhaps you think I'm mad, gentlemen? Let me make a reservation. I agree that man is an animal predominantly constructive, foredoomed to conscious striving towards a goal and applying himself to the art of engineering, that is, to the everlasting and unceasing construction of a road, no matter where it leads, and that the main point is not where it goes, but that it should go somewhere, and that a well conducted child, even if he despises the engineering profession, should not surrender to that disastrous sloth, which, as is well known, is the mother of all vices. Man loves construction and the laying out of roads, that is indisputable. But how is it that he is so passionately disposed to destruction and chaos? Tell me that. But on this subject I should like to put in two words of my own. Doesn't his passionate love for destruction and chaos, and nobody can deny that he is sometimes devoted to them, that is a fact, arise from his instinctive fear of attaining his goal and completing the building he is erecting? For all you know, perhaps it is only from a distance that he likes the building, and from close to he doesn't like it at all. Perhaps he only likes building it, not living in it, and leaves it afterwards aux animaux domestiques, such as ants, sheep, etc. Ants' likes and dislikes are quite different. They have remarkable buildings of the same sort that remain eternally undestroyed, anthills. All respectable ants begin with the anthill, and they will probably end with it too, which does great credit to their constancy and their positive character. But man is a fickle and disreputable creature, and perhaps, like a chess player, is interested in the process of attaining his goal rather than the goal itself. And who knows? Nobody can say with certainty. Perhaps man's sole purpose in this world consists in this uninterrupted process of attainment, or in other words, in living, and not specifically in the goal, which of course must be something like twice two is four, that is, a formula. But after all, twice two is four is not life, gentlemen, but the beginning of death. At least man has always feared this 2 times 2 is 4 formula, and I still fear it. We may suppose a man may do nothing but search for such equations, crossing the oceans and dedicating his life to the quest, but succeeding really finding them, I swear he will be afraid of that. Really, he will feel that if he finds them, he will have nothing left to search for. When workmen have finished work, they at least receive their money. They go and spend it in the pub, they get hauled off to the police station. That's enough to occupy them for a week. But where can mankind go? To say the least, something uncomfortable is to be noticed in man on the achievement of similar goals. He likes progress towards the goal, but he does not altogether care for the achievement of it. And that, of course, is ridiculous. In short, mankind is comically constructed. All this plainly amounts to a joke. But 2 times 2 is 4 is nevertheless an intolerable thing. Twice 2 is 4 is in my opinion nothing but impudence. 2 and 2 make 4 is like a cocky young devil standing across your path with arms akimbo and a defiant air. I agree that 2 and 2 make 4 is an excellent thing, but to give everything its due, 2 and 2 make 5 is also a very fine thing. And why are you so firmly and triumphantly certain that only what is normal and positive, in short, only well-being, is good for man? Is reason mistaken about what is good? After all, perhaps prosperity isn't the only thing that pleases mankind. Perhaps he is just as attracted to suffering. Perhaps suffering is just as good for him as prosperity. Sometimes a man is intensely, even passionately attached to suffering. That is a fact. About this, there is no need to consult universal history. Ask yourself, if you are a man who has ever lived in some degree. As for my own personal opinion, I find it somehow unseemly to love only well-being, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Smashing things is also sometimes very pleasant. I am not here standing up for suffering or for well-being either. I am standing out of my own caprices and for having them guaranteed when necessary. There is no place for suffering in farces, for example. I know that. It is quite inconceivable in a millennium. Suffering is doubt, negation, and what sort of millennium would it be of which one could have any doubts? All the same, I am certain that man will never deny himself destruction and chaos. Suffering, after all, that is the sole cause of consciousness. Although I declared to begin with that in my opinion consciousness is man's supreme misfortune, I know that man loves it and would not change it for any gratification. Consciousness is infinitely greater than, for example, two and two make four. After twice two is achieved, there will of course be nothing left to do, much less to learn. All that will then be possible will be to shut off one's five senses and immerse oneself in meditation. But with consciousness, even if it has the same result, I mean that there will be nothing to do. At least one could sometimes resort to self-flagellation, and that stimulates at any rate. It may be retrograde, but all the same it's better than nothing. 10. You believe in the palace of crystal, eternally inviolable. That is, in something at which one couldn't furtively put out one's tongue or make concealed gestures of derision. But perhaps, I fear, this edifice, just because it is made of crystal and eternally inviolable, and it will not be possible even to put out one's tongue at it in secret. It's like this, you see. If instead of a palace it was a hen house, and it began to rain, I might creep into the hen house so as not to get wet. But I shouldn't take the hen house for a palace out of gratitude because it had protected me from the rain. You laugh. You even say that in that case it doesn't matter whether it's a hen house or a mansion. No, I answer, if not getting wet was all one had to live for. But what if I have taken it into my head that that isn't the sole object of living, and if I have to live, let it be in a mansion? That is my will and my desire. You can drive it out of me only by changing my desire. Well, change it then. Attract me by something else. Give me a different ideal. Meanwhile, I still refuse to take a hen house for a palace. Let us grant that a building of crystal is a castle in the air, that by the laws of nature it is a sheer impossibility, and that I have invented it out of nothing but my own stupidity and certain antiquated, irrational habits of my generation. But what does it matter to me if it is an impossibility? What difference does it make to me so long as it exists in my desires? Or rather, exists while my desires last. Perhaps you are laughing again. Laugh if you like. I will accept all your ridicule, but all the same, I won't say I've had enough to eat when I'm hungry. I won't be satisfied with compromise, with the constantly recurring decimal, merely because it exists by the laws of nature and exists in reality. I will not accept as my crowning wish a block of flats for poor tenants on 1,000-year leases, and in any case with Wagenheim Dental Surgeon as their signboard. Destroy my desire, blot out my ideals, show me something better, and I will follow you. Perhaps you will say it is not worth while to get involved, but in that case I can make the same answer to you. We are discussing seriously, and if you don't choose to honor me with your attention, I'm not going to plead with you. Meanwhile, I am still living and still wanting, and may my hand wither if I bring one brick to the building of that block of flats. Don't pay any attention to the flat that just now I rejected, the palace of crystal, for the sole reason that one won't be able to stick one's tongue out of it. I didn't say that because I am so given to sticking out my tongue. Perhaps I was angry simply because no edifice at which it is impossible to stick out one's tongue is yet to be found among all your constructions. On the other hand, I would let my tongue be cut right out in the mere gratitude, if only things were so arranged that I never wanted to put it out again. What does it matter to me that that kind of building is impossible and that one must content oneself with blocks of flats? Why was I made with such desires? Can I have been made for only one thing? To come at last to the conclusion that my whole make-up is nothing but a cheat? Is that the whole aim? I don't believe it. Do you know one thing, though? I am certain that underground people like me must be kept in check, though we may be capable of sitting underground for 40 years without saying a word. If we do come out into the world and burst out, we will talk and talk and talk. 11. Last of all, gentlemen, it is best to do nothing. The best thing is conscious inertia. So long live the underground. Although I have said that I am green with envy of the normal man, I wouldn't like to be him in the circumstances in which I see him, even though I shall not cease to envy him all the same. No, no, the underground is better in any case. There one can at least. Ah, the fact is I'm lying even now. I'm lying because I know, as sure as 2 and 2 make 4, that it isn't the underground that is better, but something different, entirely different, which I am eager for, but which I shall never find. Devil take the underground. It would be better if I believed even a small part of everything I have written here. I swear, gentlemen, I don't believe a word, not one single word, of all I have scribbled down. That is, I do perhaps believe it, but at the same time I don't know why I feel or I suspect that I am lying like a trooper. Then why have you written all this, you ask me? Look, suppose I had put you somewhere for about 40 years with nothing to do, and came to see you after 40 years in your underground to find out what had become of you. Can a man really be left alone without occupation for 40 years? But that is no disgrace. It is not humiliating, you tell me, scornfully shaking your heads. You thirst for life, and you try to solve life's problems with muddled logic, and how troublesome and impudent your tricks are. And yet at the same time how terrified you are. You talk nonsense, and are satisfied with it. You are rude, but at the same time you are afraid of the consequences and beg our pardon. You assure us that you are afraid of nothing, and yet you try to coax us to be on your side. You try to convince us that your teeth are clenched, and yet at the same time you crack jokes to make us laugh. You know your witticisms are not very clever, but you are obviously quite satisfied with their literary merit. Perhaps you really have had to suffer sometimes, but you have no respect for your own sufferings. There is truth in you, but no virtue. Out of the pettiest vanity you carry your truth to the market to be exposed to scorn and shame. You really do want to say something, but you keep your last word hidden, because you haven't the resolution to speak it, only cowardly impudence. You pride yourself on your intellectual power, but you do nothing but vacillate, because although your brain works, your heart is clouded with depravity. Without a pure heart, there can be no full, correct understanding. And you are so importunate, so thrusting, so full of airs and graces. Lies, lies, all lies. Of course, I have just this minute invented all these words of yours. They also come from the under the ground. I have been listening to these words of yours through a chink for 40 years. I made them up myself. I have nothing else to think about. It is not to be wondered at if they were got by heart and have acquired a literary form. That you can't really and truly be so credulous as to imagine that I'm going to print all this and give it to you to read, can you? And here is the problem that puzzles me. Why, in fact, do I address you as gentlemen and speak to you just as if I were genuinely speaking to readers? Confessions of the kind I intend to begin setting forth do not get printed or offered to others to read. At least I don't possess enough strength of mind for that, and I don't consider it necessary to possess it. But, you see, a fancy has come into my head, and cost what it may, I want to translate it into reality. This is the point. In every man's remembrances there are things he will not reveal to everybody, but only to his friends. There are other things that he will not reveal even to his friends, but only to himself. And then, only under a pledge of secrecy, finally, there are some things that a man is afraid to reveal even to himself, and any honest man accumulates a pretty fair number of such things. That is to say, the more respectable a man is, the more of them he has. At least, only a little time ago, I made up my mind to recall some of my former adventures, but up till now I have only skirted round them, with indeed some uneasiness. But now, when I am not only remembering but have decided to write them down, now I want to test whether it is possible to be completely open with oneself and not be afraid of the whole truth. I may remark, by the way, that Heine states that trustworthy autobiographies are almost an impossibility, and that a man will probably never tell the truth about himself. According to him, Rousseau, for example, lied about himself in his confessions, even deliberately, out of vanity. I am sure Heine was right. I can understand very well how vanity can make one accuse oneself of downright crimes, and I can even see what kind of vanity is responsible. But Heine was talking of men making public confessions. I, however, am writing for myself alone, and let me declare once and for all that if I write as if I were addressing an audience, it is only for show, and because it makes it easier for me to write. It is a form, nothing else. I shall never have any readers. I have already made that clear. Well, but here perhaps it is possible to cavil and to ask me, quote, if you really are not counting on having readers, why do you make these compacts with yourself and in writing too? That is, that you will not observe order and system, and that you will put down whatever you remember, and so on and so forth. Who are you explaining to? Who are you making excuses to? End quote. Wait a minute, I answer. There is a whole psychology involved in this. Perhaps it is simply that I am a coward, Or perhaps I am imagining an audience in front of me on purpose so that I shall conduct myself becomingly when the time comes for me to write. There may be thousands of reasons, but there is another question. Precisely why, for what purpose do I want to write? If it isn't for readers, surely I could just remember everything without putting it down on paper. Exactly. But on paper, it will be somehow more impressive. There is something awe-inspiring about it. One sets more severely in judgment on oneself. One's style is enhanced. Besides, perhaps, I really shall get relief from writing it down. Now, for example, I am particularly oppressed by one ancient memory. It sprang clearly into my mind the other day, and since then has remained with me like a tiresome tune that keeps on nagging at one. And yet one must get rid of it. I have hundreds of memories like it, but from time to time one out of the hundreds becomes prominent and oppresses me. For some reason I believe that if I write it down I shall get rid of it. Why not try? Finally, I'm bored, and I never have anything to do. Writing is really something like work. They say work makes a man honest and good. Well, it's a chance, at least. It is snowing just now, in wet, dingy, swirling flakes. It was snowing yesterday too, and the day before as well. I think it was the sleet that reminded me of this incident that now refuses to leave me alone. So let this be a story apropos of the falling sleet. Chapter 2. A story of the falling sleet. At that time I was no more than 24 years old. Even then my life was gloomy, untidy, and barbarously solitary. I had no friends, and even avoided speaking to people, retreating further and further into my corner. At work, in the office, I even tried not to look at anybody, and I saw very clearly that my colleagues not only considered me a queer fish, but, or so it always seemed to me, even almost loathed me. I used to wonder how it was that nobody else but me seemed to think he was regarded with loathing. One of the clerks in our office had a repulsive, pimply face, and even looked almost criminal. With such a horrible face, I don't think I would have dared to look straight at anybody. Another had a uniform he had been wearing for so long that his neighborhood positively stank. Yet neither of these gentlemen were embarrassed, whether on account of his clothes, or his face, or on moral grounds. Neither the one nor the other imagined that he was regarded with loathing. Or if they did, it didn't matter to them so long as their superiors hadn't that attitude. Now it is quite clear to me that because of my infinite vanity and the consequent demands I made on myself, I very often looked at myself with frantic dislike, sometimes amounting to disgust, and therefore attributed the same attitude to everybody else. For example, I hated my face. I thought it was a scoundrelly face, and I even suspected that there was something servile about it, and so every time I went to the office I made agonizing efforts to seem as independent as possible, so that I should not be suspected of subservience, and to give my face the most well-bred expression I could manage. All right, my face is plain, I thought, but on the other hand I will see to it that it looks noble, expressive, and above all extremely clever. But I was utterly and painfully aware that my face would never express any of these perfections. What was the most awful of all was that I thought it was definitely stupid, and I would have been content with cleverness by itself. I would even have been content with a servile expression if only my face could have seemed terribly clever at the time. Needless to say, I hated all the members of my department, from the first to the last, and despised them, and yet somehow feared them as well. At times I would even rate them above myself. This quite often happened to me at that time. At one moment I despised them, at the next I felt they were superior to me. A decent and intelligent man cannot be vain without making inordinate demands on himself, and at times despising himself to the point of hatred. But whether I despised them or rated them above myself, I dropped my eyes before almost everybody I came across. I even tried experiments. Shall I be able to bear so and so's eyes upon me? And I was always the first to lower my eyes. This drove me to a frenzy. I was also morbidly afraid of being ridiculous, and therefore slavishly observed the ordinary conversations in every outward appearance. I enthusiastically followed the common rut, and was terrified of developing any eccentricity. But how was I to keep it up? I was painfully advanced, as a man of our time should be, but there were dullards, as like one another as a flock of sheep. Perhaps I was the only one in the whole office who always seemed to myself a slave and a cowardly, precisely because I also seemed to myself civilized. But I not only seemed, I really was a coward and a slave. I say this without shame. Every decent man in this age is and must be a coward and a slave. That is his normal condition. I am profoundly certain of this. That is how he is made and what he was made for. And not only at the present time, because of what may be accidental circumstances, but at all times. A decent man must be a coward and a slave. This is a law of nature of all decent people on earth. Even if one of them puts on a show of bravery before somebody else, he ought not to take comfort from that or let himself be carried away by it. He is only showing off to the other person. This is the only and the eternal solution. Only donkeys and mules make a show of bravery, and they only to a limited extent. It is not worth while paying any attention to them because they count for exactly nothing. There was one other circumstance that tormented me at that time, namely that nobody else was like me, and I wasn't like anybody else. I am one person, and they are everybody, I would think, falling into a brown study. It is evident from this that I was still only a boy. Sometimes contradictory things happened. There were times when it became disgusting to go to the office. Things reached such a pitch that I returned home physically ill. But then suddenly, for no reason at all, a streak of indifference and skepticism would reveal itself. Everything went in streaks for me, and I would laugh at my own impatience and squeamishness, and reproach myself with romanticism. Now I would refuse to speak to anybody, and now I would again would not only get into conversation, I would even make up my mind to make friends with them. All my fastidiousness would suddenly disappear without reason. Who knows, perhaps it had never been real, perhaps it was something affected, made up out of books. I haven't settled that question to this day. Once I went so far as to become really intimate with them. I began visiting their homes, playing whist, drinking vodka, talking about promotion. But now, allow me to digress. We Russians, generally speaking, have never been stupid transcendental romantics of the German or especially the French kind, who are not affected by anything. The earth may crack under their feet, all France may perish on the barricades, but they remain the same. They won't make the slightest change even for the sake of decency, but still go on singing their transcendental hymns, right up, one might say, to the grave, because they are fools. But here on Russian soil there are no fools, as everybody knows. That is what distinguishes us from all the other Germanic countries. Consequently, transcendental souls are not found among us in their pure form. It was all our positivistic journalists and critics of that time hunting out the Kostanzhoglos and Uncle Peter Ivanoviches and foolishly taking them for our ideal, who invented all that about our romantics being as visionary as in Germany or France. On the contrary, the characteristics of our romantics are the complete and direct opposite of those of the European transcendental, and no European yardstick fits them. Allow me to use the word romantic. It is an old word, respected, much used and familiar to everybody. What is characteristic of our romantic is understanding everything, and seeing it incomparably more clearly than the most practical intellects, never tolerating anybody or anything, and yet never shrinking from anything in disgust, always sidestepping difficulties and always prudently ready to knuckle under, never losing sight of his practical and profitable goals, such as official quarters, nice little pensions, titles, and decorations, keeping them in view through all his enthusiasms and slim volumes of lyric verse, while at the same time preserving the highest and best inviolate within himself, to the end of his days, and incidentally preserving himself wrapped like a precious piece of jewelry in cotton wool, if only for the benefit of that same highest best. Our romantic is a man of the widest sympathies and our supreme scoundrel, I can assure you of that, and from experience. Of course, this is all if the romantic is clever, but what am I saying? The romantic is always clever. I merely wish to say that although we have had romantic fools among us, it doesn't count, and was only because in the prime of the life they degenerated finally into Germans, and the better to preserve their precious jewel settled somewhere over there, mostly in Weimar or the Black Forest. For example, I sincerely despised the activities of my department, and it was sheer necessity that kept me from expressing my disgust, because I sat there and received money for those activities. The result was, note this, that I kept my mouth shut. Our romantic will sooner go mad, though this happens only rarely, than express his disgust if he has no other post in view, and he will never be sacked with ignominy, although it is just possible he might be carted off to a madhouse because he thinks he is the King of Spain, but only if he has gone very mad indeed. It's only the wishy-washy and the anemic who go mad here. There are countless numbers of romantics, though, and they subsequently reach very high ranks in the service. Extraordinary versatility, and what capacity for the most contradictory sensations! Even then I comforted myself with these ideas, and I do still. That's why we have so many generous spirits who, even in the last degradation, never lose their ideals. And although they won't lift a finger for their ideals, although they are declared thieves and gangsters, They are still tearfully devoted to their original ideals and extraordinary pure of heart. Yes, it is only among us that the most accomplished scoundrel can be utterly, even exaltedly, pure of heart, without in the least ceasing to be a scoundrel. I repeat, very often such finished rogues is a word I like using, emerge from among our romantics, displaying such a feeling of reality and such knowledge of what is practical that the astounded authorities and public can only click their tongues in amazement. The versatility is indeed astounding, and God knows what it will turn into or how it will elaborate itself in the circumstances of the immediate future, and what more distant promises it will dangle before us. And the material's not bad. I do not say this out of any kind of ludicrous or jingoistic patriotism. I am sure, however, that you think I am being funny again, but perhaps the opposite is true, and you still believe this is what I really think. In any case, gentlemen, I shall regard either opinion from you as an honor and a particular pleasure. And now please forgive this digression. I do not, of course, keep up my friendships with my colleagues, but soon washed my hands of them. Indeed, in my still youthful inexperience, I even stopped speaking to them, as though I had cut them off. This, however, only happened to me once. Generally speaking, I was always alone. At home, to begin with, I did a lot of reading. I wanted to stifle all that was mouldering inside me with external impressions, and reading was, for me, the only possible source of eternal impressions. Reading, of course, helped me a great deal. It excited, delighted, and tormented me, but at the same times it bored me to death. I wanted to be active, and I would suddenly plunge into a dark, subterranean, nasty, not so much vices as vicelets. My measly little passions were keen and fiery from my constant morbid irritability. I used to have hysterical outbursts accompanied with tears and convulsions. I had no resort but reading. I mean that there was nothing in my environment at that time that I could respect and feel attracted to. Moreover, an anguish of longing would boil up inside me, a hysterical thirst for contradictions and contrasts would appear, and I would embark on dissipations. If I have said so much, it was not in order to justify myself in the least. But no, that was a lie. To justify myself was exactly what I wanted to do. That observation is made for my own benefit, gentlemen. I won't lie. I have given my word. My debauches were solitary, nocturnal, secret, frightened, dirty, and full of a shame that did not leave me at the most abandoned moments, and indeed at those moments reached such a pitch that I called down curses on my own head. Even then I already carried the underground in my soul. I was terribly afraid I should be met or seen and recognized. My paths took me through various extremely murky places. One night, walking past a tavern, I saw through a window some gentlemen round a billiard table using their cues as weapons, and throwing one of their number through a window. At another time I should have been revolted, but this happened to be at a moment when I envied the gentlemen who had been flung out, so much that I even entered the tavern and went into the billiard room. Perhaps I shall get into a fight too, I thought, and be thrown out of the window. I wasn't drunk, but what would you have? Dejection was driving me hysterical, but nothing happened. I turned out to be even incapable of even jumping out of a window, and I was going away without having a fight. I was prevented from taking the first step by an officer. I had been standing by the table and unknowingly blocking the way. He wanted to get past, and he took me by the shoulders and silently, with no warning or explanation, moved me from the place where I stood to another. Then he walked past as if he hadn't even seen me. I could have forgiven him for striking me, but I couldn't forgive that moving me from place to place without even seeing me. The devil only knows what I would have given just then for a real, regular quarrel, more decent, more, so to say, literary. I had been treated like an insect. The officer was a 6-footer. I was short and skinny. All the same time, I had a quarrel on my hands. I had only to protest and I would certainly have been forced out of the window. But I thought better of it and preferred to stay resentfully sulking in the background. I left the tavern agitated and disturbed, went straight home. The next day went on with my petty debaucheries, more timidly, spiritlessly, and sadly than ever, with tears in my eyes, as it were, but all the same I went on. Don't imagine that I had slunk away from that officer because of cowardice, though I was never a coward at heart, although I constantly acted like one. But don't laugh yet, I can explain it. I can explain everything, you may be sure. Oh, if only that officer had been the sort who would contest to fight a duel. But no, he was one of those gentlemen, long vanished, alas, who preferred to act with billiard cues, or like Gogol's Lieutenant Pirogov through the authorities. They never fought duels, and would never have considered a duel with our sort, mere pen-pushers in Fredrig. In any case, indeed, they looked upon duels in general as something inconceivable, free-thinking, and French. But they themselves were always ready to give offence, especially if they were 6 feet tall. It was not cowardice that made me shrink, but infinite vanity. I was not afraid of the height of 6 feet, or the fact that I should be painfully beaten and thrown out of the window. I really had no lack of physical courage, but I had not enough moral courage. I was afraid that everybody present, from the impudent lout of a marker to the least of the greasy-collared, low-grade clerks hanging about, covered with pimples and rotten with disease, would fail to understand and laugh at me when I made my protest, speaking in a bookish style, because it is impossible to this day to discuss a point of honor. I don't mean honor, but a point of honor, point d'honneur, in anything but literary language. In ordinary speech one can't even mention a point of honor. I was quite sure the instinct of realism, in spite of all my romantic attitudes, that they would all simply laugh till they cried, and the officer would not simply, that is, inoffensively, thrash me, but would certainly bump me with his knee all round the billiard table, and only after that have mercy on me, and let me escape through the window. Of course this pitiful story was not allowed to end there, as far as I was concerned. I often met the officer in the street after that, and I took particular notice of him. The only thing I don't know is whether he recognized me or not. Probably not, as I concluded from certain indications. But I looked at him with hatred and rage. And this went on for several years. My anger even grew and deepened with the years. I began by trying to find out all about this officer. This was difficult for me because I didn't know anybody. But once somebody in the street hailed him by his name as I followed him at a short distance, as though he had on me a lead, and so I learnt his surname. Another time I followed him all the way home, and for 10 kopecks found out from the porter which was his staircase, on which floor he lived, whether he was living alone, and so on. Everything, in short, that could be learnt from a porter. One morning the idea suddenly occurred to me of writing a description of the officer in condemnatory terms, as a caricature, in a kind of story, although I never engaged in literary activities. I enjoyed writing the story. I was censorious, even libellous. At first I disguised the name so slightly that it could be recognized at once, but later, on riper reflection, I changed it completely, and then I sent the story to Annals of the Fatherland. But satire was not then in fashion, and my story was not published. I was bitterly disappointed. Sometimes my rage positively choked me. Finally I made up my mind to challenge my enemy to a duel. I composed a really beautiful and charming letter to him, begging him to apologize. I hinted pretty plainly at a duel if he refused. The letter was couched in such terms that if the officer had the slightest understanding of quote-unquote "the highest and the best," he would come running to me at once, fall on my neck, and offer me his friendship. And now, how splendid that would be! We should begin a new life, and what a life! He could protect me with his influential position, and I could develop his better qualities with my culture, and well, my ideas, and all sorts of things could happen. You must realize that 2 years has passed since he insulted me, and my challenge was no more than an outrageous anachronism, in spite of all the cleverness of my letter in explaining and covering up that untimeliness. But thank God, I still thank the Almighty for it with tears in my eyes, I didn't send my letter. It makes my blood run cold to remember what might have happened if I had sent it. And then, suddenly I got my revenge in the simplest fashion, and by a stroke of sheer genius I was struck all at once by a brilliant idea. Sometimes, on holidays, I would go to the Nevsky Prospect in the afternoon and enjoy a walk along the sunny side. That is, I didn't actually enjoy my walk at all. I experienced an endless series of torments, crushing humiliations, and attacks of spleen. But probably that was necessary to me. I darted like a minnow through the passer-by, in a most ungraceful fashion, constantly giving way to generals, officers of the Horse Guards, and the hussars, and fine ladies. At those moments I felt a spasmodic pain in my heart and hot flushes down my spine at the thought of the wretched inadequacy of my costume and the mean vulgarity of my small figure darting about. It was an agonizing torment, a never-ending, unbearable humiliation caused by the suspicion, constantly growing out into clear-cut certainty that compared to them I was a fly, a nasty, obscene fly, cleverer, better educated, nobler than any of them, that goes without saying, but a fly, always getting out of everybody's way, humiliated and slighted by everybody. Why I quoted this torment, why I went to the Nevsky Prospect, I don't know, but I felt drawn there on every possible occasion. I had already begun to experience surges of those pleasures I spoke of in my first chapter. After the incident with the officer, I was even more strongly drawn to the Nevsky Prospect. It was there that I met him most often, there that I feasted my eyes on him. He also went there chiefly on holidays, although he too moved aside for generals and important personages, and wriggled past them like an eel. He simply trampled over nobodies of my sort, and even rather better than my sort, he bore straight down on them, as though there was a clear space in front of him, and never in any circumstances gave way. Observing him fed the fires of my resentment, and resentfully I moved out of his way every time. It was torture to me that even in the street I could not manage to be his equal. Why are you invariably the first to give way? I nagged at myself sometimes, hysterical with rage when I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Why is it always you, not him? There is no law about it, is there? Nothing on the statute books? Well then, let's share and share alike, as usually happens when people of any delicacy meet. He partly gives way, and you give way an equal amount, and you pass one another in mutual respect. But it never happened like that. I was the one who stepped aside, and he never even noticed that I did so. And then I was struck by the most marvelous idea. What, I thought, if I were to meet him and not step aside, deliberately refuse to step aside, even if it meant running into him? What about that, eh? This audacious notion took possession of me bit by bit to such an extent that it gave me no peace. I dreamed of it ceaselessly and vividly, and on purpose went oftener to the Nevsky Prospect, so that I could more clearly picture to myself how I would act when the time came. I was full of enthusiasm. More and more my intended action began to seem both likely and possible. Of course I shan't exactly jostle him, I thought, already mollified in advance by my enjoyment of the idea, but just not get out of his way, brush against him, not painfully, but just shoulder to shoulder, exactly as much as is laid down by the conventions, so that I shall collide with him as much as he collides with me. At last my mind was completely made up, but the preparations took a great deal of time. The first thing was that when I carried out my plan, I must look more respectable and take pains with my clothes. In any case, if there is, for example, a scene in public, and there is enough public to spare there, a countess walks there, and Prince D, and the whole literary world, I must be well dressed. It makes a good impression, and puts us at once on an equal footing, in a way, in the eyes of good society. To this end I drew my salary in advance and bought black gloves and a decent hat from Cherkins. Black gloves seemed to me both more respectable and more bon ton than the yellow ones that tempted me at first. The color is too glaring, looks too much as if a man is trying to be conspicuous, and I did not take the yellow gloves. I had had a good shirt, with white bone studs, ready for some time, but the question of an overcoat delayed me for a long time. My overcoat was not bad in itself, it kept me warm, but it was lined with wadding, and had a raccoon collar, which constituted the essence of flunkeydom. I must at whatever cost change the collar and buy instead a beaver one, such as officers wore. For this purpose I began to frequent the arcades, and after a few attempts fixed my sights on a cheap imitation beaver. Although these imitation beavers very soon show signs of wear and begin to seem shabby, they look very nice at first, when they are new, and after all I only needed it for one occasion. I asked the price. It was dear all the same. After profound deliberation I decided to sell my raccoon collar. The remaining amount, a very considerable one, I decided I would try to borrow from my immediate superior, Anton Antonovich Setochkin, an unassuming but solid and worthy man who never lent money to anybody, but to whom I had been specially recommended when I entered the government service by the important personage who had procured the post for me. I was terribly worried. Asking Anton Antonovich for money seemed to me a monstrous and shameful thing. For 2 or 3 nights I even prevented me from sleeping, and indeed at that time I did not even sleep very much. I was in a turmoil, and my heartbeats now seemed to sink and die away, now became a heavy thumping and throbbing. Anton Antonovich was taken aback at first. Then he frowned on my request. Then he thought better of it and made the loan in return for a receipt, giving him the right to be repaid the sum he had lent me out of my salary in 2 weeks' time. Thus at last everything was ready. The beautiful beaver collar reigned in the place of the vile raccoon, and I began a gradual approach to the deed itself. After all, I couldn't just decide on the spur of the moment, and at the first opportunity this affair must be managed skilfully and by degrees. But I confess that after many vain efforts I was almost reduced to despair. We never should come into a collision. That was flat. Once when I wasn't ready and had no plans made, it looked all at once as if we were on the point of colliding, and again I stood aside, and he went past without even seeing me. I began putting up prayers every time I approached him, that God would strengthen my resolution. Once, when I had definitely made up my mind, I ended by simply falling under his feet, because my courage failed in the very last second. When I was only about 2 inches away from him, he advanced calmly upon me, and I rolled aside like a ball. That night I was again feverish and delirious. But suddenly everything ended in the best possible fashion. On the previous night I had definitely decided not to pursue an enterprise foredoomed to failure, but to leave it unfulfilled, and with this in mind I went out to walk along the Nevsky Prospect for the last time, so as to see how it was I came to be leaving my purpose unfulfilled. Suddenly, 3 paces away from my adversary, I unexpectedly made up my mind, scowled fiercely, and our shoulders came squarely into collision. I did not yield an inch, but walked past on an exactly equal footing. He did not even glance round, and pretended he had not noticed. But he was only pretending, I am certain of that. I am certain of it to this day. Of course, I was the greatest sufferer, since he was the stronger. But that was not the point. The point was that I had attained my object, upheld my dignity, not yielded an inch, and publicly placed myself on an equal footing with him. I returned home completely vindicated. I was delighted. I sang triumphant arias from the Italian operas. Of course, I shall not describe what happened to me a couple of days later. If you have read my first chapter, The Underground, You will be able to guess for yourselves. The officer was later transferred elsewhere. It is 14 years since I last saw him. Where is he now, my darling officer? Whom is he trampling down now? 2. But my period of dissipation was coming to an end, and I was becoming sickened. I began to feel remorse, but I drove it away. It was sickening too. Little by little, however, I got used to that. I got used to everything. That is not exactly got used, but consented to put up with it. But I had one resource that reconciled all these contradictions, escaping into all that is best and highest in my dreams, of course. I dreamed endlessly. I dreamed for 3 months, crouching in my corner, and you may rest assured that during these moments I was not in the least like that humble and chicken-hearted gentleman who sewed an imagination beaver collar on his overcoat. I had turned into a hero. My 6-foot lieutenant wouldn't even have been allowed to call on me. I couldn't even remember what he looked like, what my dreams were, and how I could content myself with them is difficult to say now, but they contented me then. Particularly sweet and powerful were the dreams that came to me after a bout of dissipation, accompanied by repentance and tears, curses and raptures. There were moments of such positive ecstasy, such happiness, that I swear I felt not the slightest stirring of derision deep inside me. There was faith and hope and love. The fact is that at that time I blindly believed that by some miracle, through some outside influence, all this would suddenly be drawn aside like a curtain, and a wide horizon would open out before me, a field of suitable activity, philanthropic, noble, and above all, ready-made. I never knew exactly what, but the great point is that it was all ready for me, and I would emerge into God's sunlight, practically riding a white horse and crowned with laurel. I couldn't even conceive of playing a secondary part, and that is why, in actuality, I quite contentedly filled the last of all, either a hero or dirt. There was nothing in between. That was my undoing, because in the mire I comforted myself with the idea that the rest of the time I was a hero. It was the hero who was wallowing in the dirt. For an ordinary man, I felt, it is shameful to roll in filth, but a hero is above really becoming filthy, and so I can let myself experience the dirt. It is worth noticing that these waves of all that is best and highest swept over me even in the heat of debauchery, coming in distant pulsations as though to make their presence felt. But their coming did not destroy the passions. On the contrary, it seemed to enhance them by contrast, and the waves were just frequent enough to add spice to the dish. The spice was made up of defiance, suffering, and tortured interior analysis, and all these torments and pinpricks imparted a certain piquancy, and even a meaning to my debauchery. In short, they fully performed the function of a good sauce. All this even had its elements of profundity. Indeed, could I have consented to lend myself to the simple, vulgar, immediate, and petty dirtiness of ignorant little clerks, and submit to all that filth? What would have remained in it to attract me and tempt me out into the streets at night? No, sir, I have a high-minded slant on everything. But how much love, O Lord, how much love I used to experience in those dreams of mine, those escapes into all that is best and highest, although it was mere fantasy, that love not applied in reality to any actual human object, but there was so much abundance of it that later I never really felt the need of any object to project it onto. That would have been a superfluous luxury. Everything always ended happily, however, with a lazy and entrancing transition to art, that is, to beautiful ready-made images of life, forcibly wrenched from poets and novelists, and adopted to every possible kind of service and requirement. For example, I triumphed over everybody. Everybody else was routed and compelled to recognize my supremacy voluntarily, and I forgave them all. I, a famous poet and a courtier, fell in love, received countless millions, and immediately bestowed them on the whole human race, at the same time confessing all my shameful deeds to all the world. Deeds which of course were not simply shameful, but had in them an extremely large admixture of the best and highest, a touch of Manfred. Everybody wept and embraced me. How unfeeling they would have shown themselves otherwise. And I went out, barefooted and hungry, to preach new ideas and rout the forces of reaction at Austerlitz. Then a march was played. There was an amnesty. The Pope agreed to leave Rome and go to Brazil, and there was a great ball for all Italy at the Villa Borghese, which is on Lake Como, but Lake Como had been transferred to Rome on purpose for the occasion. Then a theatrical performance in the open air, and so on and so forth, as if you didn't know. You will say that it is base and vulgar to make a parade of all this now, after confessing to so many raptures and tears. But why is it base? You don't think, do you, that I am ashamed of all this, or that all this was sillier than anything in your own lives, gentlemen? Besides, I assure you that some of it was not at all badly staged. Not everything took place on Lake Como. You were right, however, it really is both base and vulgar. The basest of all is that I have now begun to make excuses for myself to you, and worse still that I am now making this remark. But enough, otherwise there will be no end to it. Everything will be baser than everything else. But I was not in a position to dream for more than 3 months at a time, and I began to feel an irresistible urge to plunge into society. To plunge into society meant for me to pay visits to the head of my section, Anton Antonovich Setochkin. In all my life he was the only person with whom I was on continuously friendly terms, and even I now find this surprising. But I went to see him only at such periods when my dreams were so happy that I absolutely must embrace somebody, indeed all mankind, and for this I must have available at least one real living person. I had to go to Anton Antonovich's, however, on Tuesdays, his day for receiving visitors, and consequently I must always postpone the necessity of embracing mankind until a Tuesday. Anton Antonovich lived up 3 flights of stairs at 5 corners, in 4 tiny, low-ceilinged rooms, economically furnished and jaundiced-looking. He had 2 daughters, and their aunt poured out tea for him. The daughters, one was 13 and the other 14, and both had snub noses, always made me feel shy because they were always whispering to one another and giggling. The host usually sat in his study on a leather sofa in front of the table, with one of his elderly guests, an official from our ministry or even from one of the others. I never saw more than two or three visitors there, and those always the same ones. The talk was about excise duties, arguments in the Senate, salaries, promotion, His Excellency the Minister, and how to get on the right side of him, and so on. I had enough patience to sit beside these people like a dummy for about 4 hours, listening to them and not daring, indeed not able, to say a word to them myself. I would sit there dumb, almost paralyzed, and sometimes breaking into a sweat. But it did me good. Returning home, I was able to lay aside for a time my desire to embrace all mankind. I had another acquaintance as well, however, Simonov, an old schoolfellow of mine. There were probably a good many of my former schoolfellows in St. Petersburg, but I had nothing to do with them, and had even stopped speaking to them in the street. I had perhaps even changed to a different ministry so as not to be with them, and to make a complete break with my hateful boyhood. Curses on that school and those dreadful days in the prison house. In short, I parted from my schoolfellows as soon as I regained my freedom. There remained only one or two with whom I exchanged greetings when we met. One of them was the placid and equable Simonov, who had not stood out in any way at school, but in whom I had discerned a certain independence and integrity of character. I don't think that he was even particularly limited. At one time I had spent some rather pleasant moments with him, but they had not lasted long and seemed to have suddenly clouded over. I evidently found the remembrance of them burdensome, and always seemed afraid that I would lapse into the old tone again. I suspected that he found me extremely repellent, but all the same I went on going to see him, because I was not absolutely certain of this. So it was that one Thursday, unable to endure my solitude, and knowing that Anton Antonovitch's door was not open on Thursdays, I remembered Simonov. As I climbed up to his rooms on the fourth floor, I was thinking that the gentleman found me tiresome, and there was no use going to see him. But as considerations of this kind always ended by further encouraging me to get into ambiguous situations, I went in. It was almost a year since the last time I had seen Simonov. 3. I found two more of my old schoolfellows with him. They were evidently discussing something important. They paid hardly any attention to my arrival, which was strange, since it was years since we had met. Evidently they looked on me as something in the nature of a very ordinary fly. I was not treated in that way, even in school, although everybody hated me there. I understood, of course, that they must now despise me for my unsuccessful career in the service, for having myself let go, wearing shabby clothes, and so on, things which in their eyes proclaimed my incompetence and unimportance. All the same, I was not expecting such contemptuous treatment. Simonov seemed astonished that I had come. All this took me aback. I sat down, somewhat depressed, and began to listen to their discussion. It was a serious and even heated conversation on the subject of a farewell dinner which these gentlemen meant to organize the following day for their friend Zverkov, an officer in the army who was being sent to a distant province. Monsieur Zverkov had been at school with me during all my time there. I began to detest him in the upper forms. In the lower forms He had been merely a lively, pretty boy whom everybody liked. I, however, disliked him, even in the lower forms, precisely because he was good-looking and lively. He did uniformly badly at lessons, and the longer he stayed, the worse he did, but he succeeded in passing his final examinations because he had influential friends. In his last year at school, he inherited an estate of 200 souls, and since almost all of us were poor, he began to put us on airs, even with us. He was a complete and utter vulgarian, but a decent chap, even when he was showing off hardest. Among us, in spite of our merely external, fantastic and stilted formulas of the point d'honneur, everybody, with few exceptions, paid court to Zverkov, and the more subserviently as he put on more airs. And this was not for any gain to themselves, but simply because he was a person endowed with the gifts of nature. Besides, it had somehow become the accepted opinion among us that Zverkov was an expert in social dexterity and good manners. This last particularly infuriated me. I hated the harshly self-confident sound of his voice, his excessive admiration of his own witticisms, and which were extremely stupid, although he was sharp-tongued. I hated his handsome, silly face, for which, however, I would gladly have exchanged my clever one, and his careless, lordly manner of an officer of the 40s. I hated the way he talked to his future successes with women. He had decided not to try his luck with them before he had acquired his epaulettes, and was therefore impatient for these, and of how he would be perpetually fighting duels. I remember how I, always the silent listener, once suddenly went for Zverkov when he was talking to his friends in a free period about these coming delights, positively frolicking like a young puppy in the sunlight, and all at once declared that not one of the wenches on his estate would escape his attentions. He would exercise his droit de seigneur, and if the moujiks dared to protest, he would have them all flogged and double the dues he extracted from the bearded ruffians. Our cats were applauding him, and I attacked him, not because I felt the slightest sympathy for his peasant girls and their fathers, but simply because an insect like that was getting such applause. I won the day, but Zverkov, although stupid, was also cheerful and impudent, and laughed it off so successfully that I was not completely victorious. The laugh remained on his side. Later he several times got the better of me, but smilingly, without malice, in a casual and jesting way. I was too angry and contemptuous to answer him. After we left school he made some effort to keep in touch with me, and I did not resist because I was flattered by it, but naturally enough our ways soon parted. Then I used to hear about his successes as a lieutenant in the barracks and his dissipations. Later there were other reports of how well he was doing in his army career. He no longer acknowledged me in the street, and I suspected that he was afraid of compromising himself by having anything to do with such an insignificant personage. On one occasion I saw him at the theatre in the third circle, already wearing the aiguillettes of a staff officer. He was dancing attendance on the daughters of an old general and paying court to them. After about 3 years he was running terribly to seed, and Although he was still handsome and agile, he seemed somehow puffy and had begun to put on weight. It was plain that by about 30 he would be both fat and flabby. It was this Zverkov, now leaving the capital, that my companions were designing to entertain at dinner. They had been constantly in his company all through the 3 years, although I am sure that in their own hearts they did not consider themselves his equals. One of Simonov's two visitors was Furchkin, a Russo-German, a small man with a monkey-like face, a stupid fool who poked fun at everybody, and my bitterest enemy ever since we were in the lowest form, a nasty, insolent little braggart, posing as a man of extremely touchy sense of humor, although he was, of course, an abject little coward. He was one of those admirers of Zverkov who played up to him from interested motives, and frequently borrowed money from him. Simonov's other visitor, Trudolibov, was an ordinary sort of person, a military type, tall, with a chilly air, quite honorable, but kowtowing to every kind of success, and incapable of discussing anything but promotion. He was sort of distant connection of Zverkov's, and this, stupidly enough, gave him some importance among us. He was always considered me a nobody, but treated me tolerably well, if not altogether courteously. "Well, at 7 roubles each," said Trudolyubov, "with the three of us, 21 roubles. We can dine pretty well. Zverkov won't pay, of course." "Well, of course not, if we're inviting him," answered Simonov decisively. "Do you really think," put in Ferfitchkin, with the presumptuous zeal of an impudent valet, boasting of the decorations of his master, the general, "do you think Zverkov will allow us to bear the whole cost? He'll accept out of delicacy, but on the other hand he'll stand us half a dozen bottles of the best." "Why, what do four of us want with half a dozen bottles?" asked Trudolyubov, with no attention for anything but the half dozen. "So three of us, with Zverkov four, 21 roubles at the Hotel de Paris, tomorrow at 5 o'clock." Simonov, who had been chosen to make the arrangements, finally summed things up. "Why 21?" I asked, with some agitation, making it plain that I was offended. "If you count me in, it will be 28 roubles, not 21." It seemed to me that to propose myself so suddenly and unexpectedly was quite a splendid gesture, and they would all be conquered and regard me with respect. "You don't really want to come, do you?" asked Simonov, annoyed and avoiding my eyes. He knew me by heart. I was furious that he should know me through and through. Why not? I was at school with him too, I think, and I confess I am hurt at being left out. I began to storm. "Where were we supposed to look for you?" put in Furchkin rudely. "You were always on bad terms with Zverkov," added Trubolibov, frowning, but I had seized on the idea and would not let go. "I don't think anybody has the right to pass judgment on that," I replied, with a tremor in my voice as if God knows what had happened. "Perhaps it is precisely because we weren't on good terms that I want to join in now." "Well, how is anybody to understand you? All these high-flown notions, Trudolibov sneered. "We'll put your name down," Simonov decided, turning to me. "Tomorrow at 5 o'clock at the Hotel de Paris. Don't make any mistake." "The money," Ferfitchkin began in a low voice to Simonov, gesturing toward me, but broke off because even Simonov looked disconcerted at this. "All right," said Trudolyubov, getting up. "If he's so anxious to come, let him." "But we are having our own little circle, all friends," Ferfitchkin, also reaching for his hat, grumbled angrily. "It isn't an official gathering. Perhaps we don't want you at all." They went off. Ferfitchkin didn't even bow to me as he left, and Trudolyubov nodded slightly without looking at me. Simonov, with whom I was left alone, seemed puzzled and disturbed, and looked at me strangely. He did not sit down or invite me to do so. Yes. Tomorrow, then? Are you giving me the money now? I'm asking so that I can be sure," he muttered, embarrassed. I flared up, but, as I did, so I remembered that I had owed Simonov 15 roubles for a very long time, and although I never forgot them, I never paid them back either. "You must see, Simonov, that I couldn't have known when I came here, and I'm very sorry that I've been forgetting." All right, it doesn't matter. Pay me at the dinner tomorrow. I only want to know." "Please don't." He broke off and began pacing about the room, even more annoyed, coming down on his heels at each step and stamping noisily. "I'm not keeping you, am I?" I asked, after a minute or two's silence. "Oh, not at all," he answered with a start. "That is, well, to tell you the truth, yes. You see, I ought to look in somewhere else. It's not far away," he added apologetically and somewhat shamefacedly. "Good God, why didn't you tell me?" I shrieked, seizing my cap, though with a surprisingly disengaged manner. God knows where I got that from. "Really, it's quite near. 2 steps from here," Simonov repeated, seeing me to the door with a bustling look that was not at all becoming. "Tomorrow, then, at 5 o'clock sharp," he called down the stairs after me. He was very pleased that I was leaving. "What on earth possessed me to burst out like that?" I growled angrily as I walked home. "And for that nasty little swine Zverkov. Of course I needn't go. Of course I don't give a damn. I'm under no obligation, am I? Tomorrow I'll send Simonov a message." But what made me furious was that I knew perfectly well that I should go. I would go on purpose, and the more tactless, the more unsuitable it was for me to go, the more I should go. There was even one positive obstacle on my going. I hadn't the money. 9 roubles was absolutely everything I had, but out of that I had to pay a month's wages to my servant Apollon, who lived with me and found his own keep for 7 roubles a month. Given Apollon's character, it was impossible not to pay him, but I will talk about this rascal, this plague, some other time. I knew, however, that I wouldn't pay him all the same, and that I would certainly go. That night I dreamed the most terrible dreams. It is not to be wondered at. All the evening I had been oppressed by memories of the wretched bondage of my school days, and now I was unable to shake them off. I had been thrust into that school by distant relatives on whom I was dependent and with whom I have since completely lost touch. I was an orphan, already browbeaten by them, introspective, silently and ferociously shy. My schoolfellows greeted me with cruel and ill-natured sneers because I was not in the least like any of them. I could not bear the sneers. I could not get on with my schoolfellows as lightly as they did with one another. I hated them from the first, and shut myself away from them in shy, wounded, and exorbitant pride. Their crudeness revolted me. They jeered at my looks and my clumsy figure, and yet how stupid their own faces were! In our school, everybody's face seemed to acquire gradually a peculiarly stupid and degenerate expression. How many boys came to us handsome! In the course of a few years, they had become revolting to look at. Even at 16, I was morosely amazed at the triviality of their ideas and the stupidity of their pursuits, their games, and their talk. They had so little understanding of the most essential things, so little interest in the most inspiring subjects that I could not help looking on them as my inferiors. It was not wounded vanity that made me so, and for God's sake don't come down on me with such sickeningly familiar retorts as that. I was only a dreamer, and they already understood real life. They understood nothing at all of real life, and that, I swear, is what I found most revolting in them. On the contrary, indeed, their reception of the most obvious and self-evident reality was fantastically stupid, and even by that time they had grown used to worshipping nothing but success. Everything honorable, but humble and downtrodden, they greeted with disgraceful and unfeeling laughter. They thought rank was intellect. At 16 they were already discussing snug little berths. Of course, there was a good deal of stupidity in all this, as well as of the bad examples they always surrounded their childhood and adolescence. They were monstrously lewd. Even in this, of course, they were mostly outward show and obviously artificial cynicism. Youth and a certain freshness gleamed even through the vice, but even their freshness was unattractive, taking the form of a sort of childish naughtiness. I abominated them, although I was perhaps worse than they were. They repaid me in their own coin and made no secret of their loathing for me, but I no longer wanted them to like me. On the contrary, I was always longing to see them humiliated. To escape their derision, I deliberately began working as hard as I could, and soon forced my way to a place among the top boys in the school. This impressed them. Besides, they were all gradually beginning to realize that I was already reading books they could not read, and knew about things not entering into our specialized course of studies they had never even heard of. They regarded this fact with savage derision, but morally they accepted defeat, especially since, in this respect, I attracted the attention even of some of the masters. The sneers ceased, but the hostility remained, and our relations were established on a cold footing. Towards the end, I myself weakened. With the years, I developed a need for company and friendship. I tried to get closer to some of them, but somehow the intimacy was always unnatural, and so came to an end of its own accord. I did once make a friend, but I was a tyrant at heart. I wanted unlimited power over his heart and mind. I wanted to implant contempt for his surroundings in him. I required of him a haughty and final break with them. I frightened him with my passion of friendship. I reduced him to tears and nervous convulsions. He was a simple-hearted and submissive soul, but when he became wholly devoted to me, I immediately took a dislike to him and repulsed him, just as though I had needed him only to get the upper hand of him, only for his submission. But I could not conquer all of them. My friend was no more like any of the rest than I was, and he made a very rare exception. My first action on leaving school was to leave the special branch of the service I had been destined for, breaking all links, consigning the past to perdition, and scattering its ashes to the winds. And after that, God only knows why I hung about that Simonov. Early in the morning I leapt out of bed with as much agitation as though everything was going to begin happening on the spot. But I was sure that some radical break in my life was coming, and would inevitably happen that very day, perhaps because I was not used to them. Whenever I was faced by any external event, however trivial, it always seemed to me that a radical break in my life was about to happen at once. However, I went to work as usual, although I slipped away 2 hours early to get ready. The main thing, I thought, is not to be first to arrive, or else they'll think I'm overjoyed. But there were thousands of other things that were most important, and the sum of them reduced me to a state of frantic helplessness. I cleaned my shoes again myself. Nothing would have induced Apollon to clean them twice in one day. It wouldn't have been seemly. I purloined the brushes from the hall so that he should not find out what I had done and despise me for it. Then I carefully inspected my clothes and discovered that they were all old and worn and shabby. I had grown very slovenly. My office uniform coat was fairly decent, but I wasn't going to go out to dinner in my office coat. But the main thing was that there was a huge discolored patch on my trousers, right on the knee. I foresaw that mark alone would rob me of 9/10 of my self-respect. I knew it was low of me to think so, but this is not the time for thinking. Now is the time for reality, I thought with a sinking heart. I knew also, even then, that I was monstrously exaggerating all these things. But I couldn't help it. I had lost control of myself and shook as though with fever. Despairingly, I pictured to myself the cold condescension with which that scoundrel Zverkov would greet me, the invincible stupid contempt of the dull-witted Trudolyubov, the nasty impudent sniggers at the expense of that blowfly of a Ferfitchkin, trying to curry favour with Zverkov. How well Simonov would understand all this and despise my petty vanity and meanness of spirit, and worst of all, how squalid, commonplace, and unliterary the whole thing would be. Obviously the best thing would be not to go at all, but that was utterly impossible. As soon as I got an idea into my head, I was utterly committed to it. I would have taunted myself all my life afterward. Quote, "You funked it. You were scared of reality. You panicked." End quote. I passionately wanted to show all these nobodies that, on the contrary, I was not nearly so much of a poltroon as I imagined. Moreover, in the very worst paroxysms of my fever of cowardice, I still dreamed of coming out on top, winning them over, making them like me, if only for my elevated ideas and undeniable wit. They would desert Zverkov, he would sit in a corner, silent and shamefaced, and I would annihilate him. Then perhaps I would be reconciled with him and drink to our intimate friendship. But the worst and most shameful thing was that even then I knew very well, knew for certain, that in reality none of this was what I wanted. In reality I had no absolute wish to either subjugate or captivate them, that I wouldn't give a farthing to such a request even if I did attain it. Oh, how I prayed for the day to pass quickly! In indescribable anguish I went again and again to the window, opened the hinged pane, and gazed out at the swirling dimness of the wet, thickly falling snow. At long last the cheap clock on the wall wheezed out 5 o'clock. I seized my hat and, trying not to look at Apollon, who had been waiting for me to pay him his wages ever since the morning, but was pig-headedly determined not to mention the matter first, slipped past him to the door and drove to the Hôtel de Paris, like a lord, in a cab I hired for my last 50 kopecks. 4. I had known ever since the previous evening that I should be the first to arrive, but the order of our arrival no longer had any importance. Not only was none of them there, but it was hardly possible to find our room. The table was not yet properly laid. What did this mean? After many inquiries I managed to discover from the servants that the dinner had been offered for 6 o'clock, not 5. The waiters in the bar confirmed this. I felt ashamed at having to ask. It was still only 25 minutes to 6. If they had changed the time, they ought to at least have let me know. That was what the post was for, wasn't it? And not subjected me to this indignity in my own eyes and other people's, even if it was only the servants. I sat down. A servant began to lay the table. Somehow his presence made me feel even more humiliated. At 6 o'clock candles were brought in addition to the lamps which were already lit. It had not occurred to the man to bring them in as soon as I arrived. In the next room 2 of the hotel guests, gloomy, angry-looking, silent, were dining at separate tables. There was a great deal of noise in one of the other rooms, further away, some shouting, even the noisy laughter of a whole mob of people, and some nasty French shouting screams. Ladies were being entertained. In short, everything was sickening. I have seldom lived through worse moments, and so when the others arrived in a body at exactly 6 o'clock, they seemed like rescuers, and I was so delighted to see them at first I almost forgot to look offended. Zverkov, evidently playing the leader, came in at the head of them. He and all the others were laughing, but when he saw me, Zverkov assumed a dignified air and came towards me without hurrying, and, rather self-consciously, leaning forward from the waist, gave me his hand in a friendly but not effusive fashion, almost with the careful courtesy of a very distinguished personage, as if he were protecting himself from something by offering me his hand. I, on the other hand, had been expecting him to begin laughing his old, thin, tinkling laugh, and cracking his flat-footed jokes and witticisms as soon as he came in. I had been preparing myself for them ever since the day before, and was not in the least expecting such lofty and condescending politeness. So he already considered himself so immeasurably my superior in every respect. It wouldn't have mattered. I thought if he had simply intended his condescension to be offensive, somehow or other I would have shrugged it off. But what if, in fact, without any desire to be obnoxious, he had in all seriousness got it into his stupid mutton head that he was immeasurably above me and could not see me in any other light than as the object of patronage? The very supposition made me breathless with indignation. Quote, "I was surprised to hear you wanted to join us," he began, lisping affectedly, and drawling as he never used to before. "We never seem to meet, somehow. You fight shy of us. There's no need. We aren't nearly as frightening as you think. Well, in any case, I'm glad to renew." And he turned away carelessly to put down his hat on the window-sill. "Have you been waiting long?" asked Trudolyubov. "I arrived exactly at 5 o'clock, the time I was given yesterday," I answered loudly and with suppressed rage that foretold a coming explosion. "Didn't you tell him we had changed the time?" Trudolyubov asked Simonov. "No, I forgot," the latter answered, quite unrepentantly, and without even apologizing to me went off to see about the zakuski. "So you've been here an hour, poor thing," laughed Zverkov, because by his standards this was something terribly funny. The cad Ferfitchkin copied him in loud yelps of laughter and sounded like a small dog yapping. My situation seemed awkward and comical to him also. "It's not in the least funny," I shouted at Ferfitchkin, growing more and more angry. "It's not my fault, it's other people's. Nobody bothered to tell me. It's 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 simply uncouth." "It's not only uncouth, it's more than that," grumbled Trudolyubov, naively backing me up. "You're too mild. It's downright uncivil. Not deliberate, of course." How Simonov could... "If anybody had treated me like that," remarked Ferfitchkin, "I'd have..." "You'd have ordered yourself something," interrupted Zverkov, "or simply had your dinner without waiting." "You must agree that I didn't need anybody's permission to do just that," I retorted. "If I waited, it was because..." "Come, sit down, gentlemen," cried Simonov, coming back. "Everything's ready, and I'll answer for it that the champagne's well iced. After all, I didn't know your address. How was I to find you?" he went on, addressing me, but again seeming to avoid my eyes. It was plain he was holding something against me. Evidently it was something he had thought of since the previous day. Everybody sat down, so did I. The table was a round one. I had Trudolyubov on my left and Simonov on my right. Zverkov sat opposite, with Ferfitchkin between him and Trudolyubov. "Tell me, are you employed in a ministry?" Zverkov went on, still taking an interest in me. Seeing that I was upset, he seriously imagined that I must be treated with kindness, and so to speak encouraged. What, is he trying to make me shy a bottle at him? I thought angrily. From lack of social experience, my fury was growing with unnatural speed. I blurted out the name of my ministry abruptly, with my eyes on my plate. Well, and are you all right there? Tell me, what induced you to leave your former post? What induced me to leave was that I wanted to, I drawled out, 3 times, as slowly, hardly able to control myself. Ferfitchkin snorted. Simonov threw me an ironical glance. Trudolyubov stopped eating and stared at me curiously. This jarred on Zverkov, but he refused to notice it. Well, and what about monetary matters? What monetary matters? I mean your salary. Why all this cross-examination? I named the amount of my salary, however, turning bright red. It's not much, remarked Zverkov, full of self-importance. No, one can't dine in decent restaurants on that, added Ferfitchkin insolently. I think it's absolutely beggarly, Trudolyubov said seriously. And how thin you've grown, how much you've changed since those days, added Zverkov, not without venom, eyeing me and my clothes with a sort of impertinent pity. Do stop embarrassing him, said Ferfitchkin, with a titter. My dear sirs, let me tell you I am not embarrassed, I exploded at last. Do you hear me? I am dining here, in a decent restaurant, at my own expense, my own and not somebody else's. Take note, Monsieur Ferfitchkin. What do you mean? Which of us isn't dining at his own expense? You seem to. Oh, all right, I answered, feeling that I had gone rather far. And I suggest it would be better if we chose a slightly more intelligent topic. I suppose you intend to show us how witty you are? Don't worry, that would be quite wasted here. But what are you cackling on about, my dear sir? Are your wits crazed already with living in your apartment? Enough of that, gentlemen, drop it, exclaimed Zverkov commandingly. This is all so stupid, grumbled Simonov. Really stupid. We've all come here as friends to say good-bye to an old school friend who is going away, and you are counting the cost, said Trudolyubov, rudely addressing himself exclusively to me. You invited yourself yesterday, so don't disturb the general harmony. That's enough, Zverkov exclaimed. Stop it, gentlemen, this won't do. You'd do better to let me tell you about how I nearly got married the day before yesterday. And the gentleman embarked on the long and scandalous story of how he had barely avoided getting married a couple of days earlier. However, marriage wasn't even mentioned, but his story was full of generals and colonels, and even gentlemen in waiting, with Zverkov figuring as practically the first and foremost among them. There was a burst of approving laughter. Ferfitchkin positively squealed. I sat there neglected, crushed, and humiliated. Oh Lord, these aren't my sort of people, I thought, and what a fool I've made of myself in front of them. All the same, I let Ferfitchkin go rather far. The idiots think they have done me a favor by giving me a seat at their table. They don't understand that it's I who am doing them the favor, not the other way round. You've got thin, your clothes. Oh, those damned trousers. Zverkov noticed the stain on my knee just now. But what's the use? I ought to get up now, this very minute, pick up my hat and simply go without a word, out of contempt. Even if it means a duel tomorrow. The swine. It isn't as if I can spare 7 roubles. Perhaps they'll think Oh hell, I don't grudge 7 rubles. I'll leave this minute. But of course I stayed. I drowned my sorrows in great bumpers of claret and sherry. I was so unused to it that I got drunk very quickly, and my anger increased with my intoxication. Suddenly I wanted to be outrageously rude to every one of them, and then go, to find the right moment and show them who I was, make them say, "He may be ridiculous, but he's damn clever," and, and, in short, to hell with him. I looked them over insolently, if with slightly glazed eyes. But they seemed to have forgotten all about me. They were noisy and cheerful and amused. Zverkov was doing all the talking. I began to listen. Zverkov was telling them about some fine lady whom he had finally brought to the point of confessing her feelings for him. Of course he was lying like a trooper, and about how much he had been helped in the matter by his bosom friend, some Prince Kolya of the Hussars, who owned an estate of 3,000 souls. This Kolya, who owns 3,000 souls, isn't here to say good-bye to you, though, I said, suddenly, breaking into the conversation. For a moment nobody said anything. "You're drunk already," Trudolyubov condescended to remark at last, with a contemptuous glance in my direction. Zverkov was silently staring at me as if I was some crawling insect. I looked down. Simonov hastily began pouring out champagne. Trudolyubov raised his glasses, and everybody but me followed his example. "Your health, and a generous, prosperous journey," he cried. "Let us drink to the old days, gentlemen, and to our future. Hurrah!" The others drained their glasses and got up to embrace Zverkov. I did not move. My full glass stood untouched in front of me. "Surely you're not going to refuse to drink the toast?" Trudolyubov howled menacingly, completely out of patience. "I'm going to make my own speech, personally." "Then I'll drink, Mr. Trudolyubov." "Nasty bad-tempered little brute," grumbled Simonov. I sat up straight in my chair and feverishly clutched my glass, getting ready to say something out of the ordinary, but not having the least idea what it would be. "Silence!" yelled Ferfitchkin in French. "This is going to be really clever." Zverkov, understanding what it was all about, waited with great gravity. "Lieutenant Zverkov," I began, "I must tell you that I detest empty phrases and phrase-mongers, and also tight-laced formality. That is my first point. My second follows." There was a slight general stir. "My second point is that I hate dirty stories and people who tell them, especially people who tell them. My third point, I love truth, sincerity, and honesty," I went on almost mechanically because I was growing numb with horror at myself, unable to understand how I could say such things. "I love ideas, Monsieur Zverkov. May you make a conquest of all the little Circassian beauties. Shoot down the enemies of your fatherland, and your health, Monsieur Zverkov." Zverkov stood up, bowed to me, and said, "I am very much obliged to you." He was terribly offended. He had even turned white. "Damn it all!" yelled Trudolyubov, thumping his fist on the table. "No, he's asking for a punch on the jaw," squealed Ferfitchkin. "Throw him out," Simonov grumbled. "Say nothing, gentlemen, do nothing," said Zverkov loudly and solemnly. "Thank you all. but I am quite capable of showing him what value I put on his words. Mr. Ferfitchkin, tomorrow you will give me the satisfaction for what you said just now, I cried importantly. You mean a duel? Very well, sir, he answered. But I suppose it was so funny to me to be issuing a challenge and went so badly with the figure I cut, that everybody, even Ferfitchkin at last, simply rocked with laughter. Yes, of course, leave him alone, he's drunk already, said Trudolyubov disgustedly. I shall never forgive myself for counting him in, Simonov grumbled. I'd like to sling a bottle at the lot of them this minute, I thought, taking up a bottle and pouring myself a full glass. No, I'd better sit it out to the end, I went on to myself. You'd be glad if I went, gentlemen. Nothing will make me. I shall sit here and drink to the very end, on purpose, to show you I don't attach the slightest importance to you. I shall sit and drink because this is a public house and I've paid to come in. I shall sit and drink because I think of you as pawns without real existence. I will sit and drink and sing if I want to. Yes, sing, because I have a right to sing. But I didn't sing. I merely tried not to look at any of them. I put on the most independent air I could manage and waited impartially for them to speak to me first. But unfortunately they didn't do so. And how much I would have given at that moment to make my peace with them. It struck 8 o'clock and finally 9. They left the table for more comfortable seats. Zverkov sprawled on a sofa, resting one leg on a little round table. The wine was carried over there as well. Zverkov had indeed contributed 3 bottles of his own. I was naturally not invited to share them. They were all clustered round at him on the sofa, listening to him almost deferentially. It was plain that they were attached to him. Why? Why? I wondered to myself. From time to time, in drunken transports, they even embraced him. They talked about Caucasus, about the nature of true passion, about baccarat, about the most advantageous postings, about how much income the Hussar Podkarchevsky, whom none of them knew personally, had, and how glad they were that it was so enormous, about the extraordinary beauty and grace of Princess D, whom none of them had ever set eyes on, and finally they came to the conclusion that Shakespeare is immortal. Smiling scornfully, I paced backwards and forwards on the side of the room opposite the sofa, along the wall from the table to the stove and back. I was trying with all my might to show that I could do without them. Meanwhile I purposedly made a clatter with my boots, coming down hard on the heels. But it was all in vain, they didn't even notice. I had the patience to walk about straight in front of them in this fashion from 8 o'clock till 11, always in the same track, from the table to the stove and from the stove back again to the table. I am walking to please myself and nobody can stop me. The servant, coming into the room several times, stopped to stare at me. My head was dizzy from the frequent turns. There were times when I thought I was delirious. In those 3 hours I 3 times burst into a sweat and dried out again. At times the idea pierced into my heart with the most agonizing pain that 10 years might pass, 20 years, 40 years, and still after 40 years I should remember with loathing and humiliation those hours, the nastiest, most comical, and most terrible of my whole life. To humiliate oneself more shamelessly and wilfully was impossible. and this I fully, all too fully understood. Yet all the same I continued to pace from table to the stove and back. Oh, if only you knew what thoughts and emotions I am capable of, and how enlightened I am, I thought, sometimes, turning in imagination to the sofa where my enemies sat. But my enemies acted as though I wasn't even in the room. Once, and only once, they turned towards me, and that was when Zverkov began to talk about Shakespeare, and I let out a sudden, contemptuous laugh. It was such a wildly artificial snort that they all ceased talking at once and silently watched me for about 2 minutes, attentively and seriously, as I walked along the wall from table to the stove without paying them the slightest attention. But nothing happened. They did not speak to me, and after 2 minutes they ignored me again. 11 o'clock struck. "Gentlemen," cried Zverkov, rising from the sofa, "now we'll all go there." Of course," said the others. I turned sharply towards Zverkov. I felt so exhausted, so shattered, that I had to end it if it killed me. I was in a fever, my hair soaked with sweat, had stuck to my forehead and temples as it dried. "Zverkov, I ask your pardon," I said firmly and harshly, "and yours too, Ferfitchkin, and everybody's. I was offensive to you all." "Aha! So you're not the man for a duel," Ferfitchkin spat out venomously. It cut me to the quick. "You're wrong, Ferfitchkin. I'm not afraid of a duel. I'm ready to fight you tomorrow, even after a reconciliation. I insist on it, and you can't refuse me. I mean to show you I'm not afraid of a duel. You shall fire first, and I will fire into the air." "He's just trying to cut a good figure," remarked Simonov. "He's simply cracked," retorted Trudolyubov. "Be good enough to stand aside. Why are you standing in our way? What do you want?" Zverkov answered contemptuously. They were all red in the face, and their eyes glittered. They had had a lot to drink. "I am asking you to be friends, Zverkov. I offended you, but—" "Offended me? You? Offended me? Let me tell you, my dear sir, that you could never, in any circumstances, offend me." "That's enough from you. Clear out." Trudolyubov closed the argument. "We're off." "Olympia is mine, gentlemen. That's the bargain," cried Zverkov. "We don't dispute it," they answered, laughing. I had been snubbed. The whole mob went noisily out, Trudolyubov drawling some stupid song. Simonov stayed behind for a fraction of a second to give the waiters a tip. I went up to him suddenly. "Simonov, lend me 6 rubles," I said firmly but desperately. He gazed at me with the utmost amazement in his bleary eyes. He was too drunk. "You're not going there with us, are you?" "Yes." "I haven't any money," he snapped with a contemptuous grin and started out of the room. I caught his overcoat. It was like a nightmare. "Simonov, I saw you with money. Why do you refuse me? I'm not a scoundrel, am I? Beware of refusing me. If you knew, oh, if only you knew what I want it for. Everything hangs on it, my whole future, all my plans." Simonov took out some money and almost flung it at me. "Take it, if you have so little shame," he said cruelly, and hurried away to catch up with them. I remained for a few moments alone. Disorder, scraps of food, a broken glass on the floor, split wine, cigarette ends, intoxication, and drunken babble in my mind. And finally the waiter who had seen and heard everything, and was staring curiously into my face. "I'll go there!" I shrieked. "Either they shall all kneel before me, embracing my knees and begging for my friendship, or I'll give Zverkov a slap in the face." 5. So here it is. It has come at last, my encounter with reality, I muttered, rushing down the stairs. This isn't a case of the Pope leaving Rome and traveling to Brazil. This is no ball on Lake Como. "You're a scoundrel," the thought passed through my mind, "if you laugh at this now." "Who cares?" I yelled at myself in reply. "It's all up now, anyhow." The scent was cold, but that didn't matter. I knew where they had gone. By the steps stood a solitary night driver, his coarse, homespun great coat powdered all over with the snow, which was still falling in wet and one might almost say warm flakes. The air seemed steamy and suffocating. His shaggy little skewbald horse was also powdered with snow and coughing, and I clearly remember. I rushed to the sledge, but I had scarcely raised my foot to step in when the recollection of the way Simonov had flung me the 6 rubles turned my knees to water, and I tumbled into it like a sack. "No, I shall have to do a lot to redeem my position," I shouted, "but I will redeem it, or perish on the spot this very night. Drive on." We moved off. There was a positive mile-storm in my head. They are not going to kneel before me, begging for my friendship. That's a mirage, a vulgar illusion, disgusting, romantic, and fanciful. Lake Como again. And that's why I must give Zverkov a slap in the face. I'm obliged to. So it's settled. I'm in a tearing hurry to slap his face. Faster! The cabby jerked at the reins. "I'll do it as soon as I go in." Need I say a few words before the slap, by way of a preface? No, I'll simply walk in and deliver the slap. They'll all be sitting in the big drawing room, and he'll be on the sofa with Olympia, that damned Olympia. She's the one that refused me that time because she thought I had a funny face. I shall drag Olympia away by the hair and pull Zverkov by the ears. No, better by one ear. And I'll parade him all round the room, pulling him by the ear. Perhaps they will all sit on me and throw me out. In fact, they are certain to. Let them. I shall still have delivered the first blow. The initiative will have been mine. And by the laws of honor, that is everything. He will be branded, and no amount of fisticuffs will wash out that slap in the face. Nothing but a duel. He will have to fight me. And let them all rain blows on me now. Let them, like the ungrateful wretches they are. Trudolyubov will strike specially hard. He is so strong. Ferfitchkin will hang on to me on one side, by the hair, most likely. But let them. That's what I'm going for. Their addled pates will be forced to realize to the full the whole tragedy of the situation when they drag me to the door. I will yell that they aren't worth my little finger. "Get on, cabby, get on!" I shouted to my driver. Startled, he flourished his whip. My shout must have sounded extremely wild. "We shall fight at dawn, that's settled. I've finished with the ministry. But where shall I get pistols? Rubbish. I'll take my salary in advance and buy them. And what about powder and bullets? That's the second's business. But how shall I find time for everything before dawn? And where shall I look for a second? I don't know anybody." "Rubbish!" I cried, my thoughts whirling faster than ever. "Rubbish!" The first passer-by I asked is obliged to be my second, just as he would be to pull a drowning man out of the water. The most exceptional cases must be allowed for, and if I were to ask the head of the ministry himself to be my second, even he would have to consent, out of mere chivalry, and to keep my secret. Anton Antonovitch. The fact was that at that moment the whole revolting absurdity of my speculations, the reverse of the medal, had presented itself to me more clearly and distinctly than it could to anybody else in the whole wide world. But "Get on, cabby, get on, you wretch!" "Oh Lord, sir!" groaned the son of the soil. Cold suddenly seized me. But hadn't I better go straight home? Oh my God! Why did I have to invite myself to this dinner yesterday? But no, it's impossible. What about that 3 hours promenading between the table and the stove? No, they and nobody else must make up to me for that promenade. They must wipe out that dishonor. Faster! What if they give me into custody? They wouldn't dare. They are afraid of scandal. What if Zverkov refuses to fight me out of contempt? That's even very likely, but in that case I'll show them. I'll rush to the posting station when he's leaving tomorrow and grab him by the leg and drag off his overcoat as he climbs into the coach. I'll fix my teeth in his hand. I'll bite him. Look, everybody, see to what lengths a desperate man can be driven. Let him beat me about the head, and the rest attack me from behind. I'll shout out to everybody there, "Look at this young puppy going off to captivate the beautiful Circassians, with my spittle on his cheek." I shall be seized and tried, driven out of service, put in prison, sent to Siberia, to a penal settlement. It doesn't matter. In 15 years' time I shall drag myself in search of him, destitute, in rags, when I am let out of prison. I shall find him somewhere in a provincial capital. He will be married and happy. He will have a grown-up daughter. I shall say, "Look, monster, look at my wasted cheeks, and at my rags and tatters. I have lost everything: career, happiness, art, science, a loved woman, all because of you. Look at these pistols. I have come to discharge my pistol, and I forgive you." Then I shall fire into the air, and nothing more will ever be heard of me. I was on the point of tears, although at the same time I quite definitely knew that all this came out of Silvio and Lermontov's masquerade. And suddenly I felt terribly ashamed, so ashamed that I stopped the horse, climbed out of the sledge, and stood in the snow in the middle of the street. The cabby stared at me in amazement and sighed. What was I to do? I couldn't go there. It was becoming nonsensical. and I couldn't leave things as they were because that would prove, oh Lord, how could I drop it? And after such insults, no, I shrieked, flinging myself into the sledge again. It is predestined, it is fate. Drive on, there. And in my impatience I thumped the cabby on the back of the neck. "What's that for? Why are you knocking me about?" cried my wretched peasant, but he whipped up his miserable nag so that it began to lash out with its hoofs. The snow was still falling in great damp flakes, but I flung open my coat. I had no attention to spare for the snow. I had forgotten everything else because I had finally determined to deliver the slap and felt that now it must inevitably happen, that no power on earth could stop it now. The isolated street lamps glimmering sadly through the haze of snow like torches at a funeral. The snow packed itself thickly under my great coat, inside my frock coat, and under my cravat, and melted there. I did not cover myself up. After all, everything was lost anyhow. At last we arrived. I sprang out, hardly conscious of what I was doing, ran up the steps and began beating at the door with fists and feet. My legs, especially, were growing very weak about the knees. The door was quickly opened, as though they knew I was coming. Indeed, Simonov had forewarned them that there might be one more, this being a place where it was necessary to give forewarnings and generally take precautions. It was one of the fashion shops of those days, which the police long ago swept out of existence. By day it really was a shop, but in the evening suitably recommended visitors were received there. I hurried through the dark shop and into the familiar salon, lit only by a single candle, and stopped in bewilderment. There was nobody there. "Where are they?" I asked. But of course they had already separated. In front of me, with an idiotic simper, stood the mistress of the house herself, who knew me slightly. A minute later the door opened and another person entered. Taking no notice of anybody, I paced about the room, I think, talking aloud to myself. It was as if I had been saved from death and my whole being rejoiced. I would have delivered that slap, certainly. Certainly I would have delivered it, but now they were not here, and it had all vanished. Everything was changed. I looked around. I still could not realize what had happened. Mechanically I glanced at the girl who had come in. Before me gleamed a fresh, young, rather pale face with dark level eyebrows and a serious and, as it were, slightly wondering expression. I instantly liked this. I should have hated her if she had been smiling. I began to look at her more attentively, with a kind of effort. I had not yet completely collected my thoughts. There was something kind and simple-hearted in that face, but also something so serious as to be strange. I am certain that it was to her disadvantage in that place, and that none of those fools had even noticed her. She could not, however, have been called a beauty. Although she was tall, strong, and well built, she was extremely simply dressed. Something foul seemed to sting me. I went straight to her. I caught sight of myself in a mirror. My agitated face seemed to me repulsive in the extreme, pale, vicious, mean, with tangled hair. All right, I'm glad of it, I thought. I'm glad to seem repulsive to her. I like that. 6. Somewhere on the other side of the wall, A clock wheezed, sounding as though it was being crushed or strangled. An unnaturally long spell of wheezing was followed by an unpleasant, thin, and somehow unexpectedly rapid double beat, as if somebody had suddenly jumped forward. It was 2 o'clock. I roused myself, although I had not been asleep, only lying in a half-trance, in the cramped, narrow, low-ceilinged room, crowded with an enormous wardrobe, scattered cardboard boxes, a litter of clothes, and odds and ends. It was almost completely dark. The candle end on the table at the far end of the room was almost burnt out, and only flared up feebly from time to time. In a few minutes more the darkness would be complete. I was not long in coming to full consciousness. Everything came back to me at once, without effort, in an instant, as if it had been lying in wait for me, ready to pounce again. Indeed, even while I dozed, there had remained a kind of a fixed point in my mind, never wholly forgotten, round which my sleepy imaginations revolved heavily. But strangely enough, everything that had taken place during the day seemed to me now, when I woke up, to have happened long, long ago, as though I had lived through it in the distant past. My head was full of fumes. Something seemed to be hovering over me, nagging at me, rousing and disturbing me. Anger and misery seethed up in me again, seeking an outlet. Suddenly, beside me, I saw two eyes, open, regarding me with curiosity and fixed attention. Their look was coldly indifferent, sullen, like something utterly alien. It irked me. A resentful feeling arose in my mind and swept through my body with something like the unpleasant sensation of going into a damp and musty cellar. It seemed somehow unnatural that it was only at this moment that those two eyes had decided to examine me. I remembered, too, that for 2 whole hours I had not spoken a single word to this being, or considered there was any need to do so, until a few moments before I had even felt pleased about it. But now, absurd and disgusting, like a spider, there rose before me suddenly and vividly the image of lust, which lovelessly, crudely, shamelessly begins where true love finds its crown. We lay there for a long time looking at one another, but she did not lower her eyes or change her expression, and at last I was filled with an eerie feeling. "What's your name?" I asked abruptly, to bring it to an end as quickly as possible. "Lisa," she answered almost in a whisper, but somehow ungraciously, turning away her eyes. I was silent for a short time. "The weather today, the snow, filthy," I said almost to myself, folding my hands behind my head and staring up at the ceiling, bored. She did not answer. The whole situation was tiresome. "Do you belong to St. Petersburg?" I asked a moment later, almost angrily, turning my head slightly towards her. "No." "Where are you from?" "Riga," she said reluctantly. "Are you German?" "No, Russian." "Have you been here long?" "Where?" "In this house?" "2 weeks." She was speaking more and more abruptly. The candle had guttered right out. I could no longer make out her face. "Are your parents alive?" "Yes." "No." "Yes, they are." "Where are they?" "There, in Riga." Who are they? People? What do you mean? Who are they? What do they do? Shopkeepers. Have you always lived with them? Yes. How old are you? 20. Why did you leave them? Because. That because meant leave me alone, I'm sick of this. God knows why I didn't go away. I was getting steadily more disgusted and depressed. Pictures of all the day's happenings had begun crowding higgledy-piggledy through my head of their own accord, without my volition. Suddenly I remembered something I had seen in the street in the morning, when I was anxiously trotting along to the office. They were carrying a coffin out this morning, and very nearly dropped it. I burst out suddenly. I had had no intention of starting a conversation. It had simply slipped out. A coffin? Yes, in the Haymarket. It was being carried out of a cellar. A cellar? Not a cellar, a basement. Well, you know, downstairs. It was a bad house. Everything was so filthy. Eggshells, dust, smells. Thoroughly nasty. Silence. It's a nasty day for a funeral, I began again, for something to say. Why? The snow, the damp, I yawned. It makes no difference, she said suddenly, after a minute. Yes, it does. It's nasty. I yawned again. The gravediggers probably cursed because they were wet with the snow, and there was probably water in the grave. Why should there be water in the grave? She asked, with some curiosity, but speaking more gruffly and shortly than ever. All at once something seemed to be egging me on. Why, of course, water in the bottom, a foot or so. Here in Volkovo it is impossible to dig a dry grave. Why? Because it's such a wet place. There's marsh everywhere else. So they just plant them in the water. I've seen it myself, lots of times. I had never seen it, indeed, had never been to Volkovo Cemetery. I had only heard people talking about it. Does it really make no difference to you, dying? Why should I die? Some day you will, and you'll die exactly like that woman I saw. She was a girl like you. She died of consumption. A tart would have died in hospital. She knows it already, I thought, and she said tart, not girl. She was in debt to the madame, I retorted, feeling that I was being pushed farther and farther by the discussion, and she worked for her right up to the end, in spite of the consumption. The cabmen round about and the soldiers were talking about it all. Probably they knew her. They were holding a wake for her in the pub. There was a good deal of this that wasn't exactly true either. Silence, utter silence. She did not even move a muscle. Do you mean it's better to die in a hospital? Does it make any difference? And why should I be going to die? She asked irritably. If not now, later on. Well, later on, not a chance. You're young now, pretty, and fresh. You're worth a certain amount to them. But a year of this life and you won't be the same. You will have lost your bloom. In 1 year? At any rate, your value will be less in a year's time, I went on sadistically. You leave here for somewhere more degraded, another house. A year more and you'll go into yet another, and so on, always getting lower and lower, and in about 7 years you'll come to a cellar in the Haymarket. But that's not the worst. What would be disastrous would be if you contracted some illness, a weakness of the chest, for example, or simply caught a cold. Illness clears up very slowly when you are leading that kind of life. It will settle and perhaps you'll never be able to get rid of it. So then you'll die. Well, then I'll die, she answered, now quite angry, with a quick movement. But really, I'm sorry. For who? For the life you lead. A silence. Had you a young man, eh? What's it got to do with you? I'm not trying to find out about you. It doesn't matter to me. Why are you annoyed? Of course, you may have your troubles. What is it to me? I'm just sorry. Who for? I'm sorry for you. There's no need to be, she whispered, almost inaudibly, again stirring restlessly. This made me definitely angry at once. What? I had been so gentle with her, and she? Why, what do you think? That your feet are on the right road, eh? I don't think anything. That's a bad thing too, not thinking. Wake up while there's still time. There is time still. You are still young, you are pretty, you could fall in love and get married and be happy. Not every married woman is happy, she said sharply in her former gruff gabble. Not everyone, of course, but all the same it's much better than this. It's incomparably better. And when there is love, you can live even without happiness. Life is good even in sorrow. It is good to live in the world, however you live. But what is here except a stink? Pah! I turned away, sickened. I was no longer coldly reasonable. I was beginning to feel what I said, and growing heated over it. I was desperately anxious to expound those cherished little ideas, the fruits of my withdrawn existence in my corner. Something had caught fire within me, a purpose had revealed itself. Don't take any notice of my being here. I'm not an example to follow. Perhaps I'm even worse than you. However, I was drunk when I came here, I added in a hurry to find excuses for myself all the same. Besides, a man is no sort of example for a woman. They are different. I may wallow in filth, but I am nobody's slave. I can come and go, and that's all there is to it. I shake it all off, and become a different person. But you have to admit that you have been a slave from the start. Yes, a slave. You give yourself and your own will up completely. And afterwards, if you want to break those chains, it will be too late. The shackles will get stronger and stronger, those damnable chains. I know them. I say nothing about other things. Perhaps you wouldn't even understand. But tell me this. You are probably in debt to the madam, aren't you? There, you see, I went on, although she did not answer, only listened silently, with her whole being There's a chain for you. You'll never get it paid off. That's how it will happen, just like selling your soul to the devil. And besides, how do you know I'm not just such another miserable wretch? How would you know? And I've crept into the muck on purpose because I'm miserable. After all, people drink because they are unhappy. Well, I'm here because I'm unhappy. Well, tell me, what's good about this? After all, you and I came together just now, and we didn't speak a word to one another the whole time, and afterwards you began to stare at me like a wild thing, and so did I at you. Is that love? Is that the way two human beings ought to come into contact? It's ugly, that's what it is. Yes, she agreed sharply and quickly. I was astonished by the swiftness of that yes. So the same thought had perhaps been running through her head too, a short time before, when she was watching me. So even she was capable of some ideas. Damn it! How very interesting that we should be akin, I thought, almost rubbing my hands. But how, with a young heart like this, could she fail to understand? What chiefly attracted me was the game itself. She had turned so that her head was nearer to me, and it appeared to me in the darkness was propped up on her elbow. Perhaps she was watching me. How I regretted that I could not make out her eyes. I heard her deep breathing. "Why did you come here?" I began again, now somewhat masterfully. "Because—" But really, how good it is to live in the home of your childhood. Warmth, freedom, your own nest. And if it is not like that at all? The thought came into my mind that I must hit on the right tone. Sentimentality was not likely to have much success. It was, however, only a passing thought. I swear she genuinely interested me. Besides, I was feeling somehow slack and in the mood. Knavery so easily goes with sentiment. Who can tell? I hastened to answer. Everything is possible. I'm sure you know that somebody wronged you and you were more sinned against than sinning. I know nothing of your history, but a girl like you doesn't come here out of her own choice. What sort of girl am I? She whispered almost inaudibly, but I heard her. Damn it! I was flattering her. This was horrible. Or perhaps it was a good thing. She was silent. Look, Lisa, I'll tell you about myself. If I had grown up in a family, I shouldn't have been what I am now. I often think that. After all, however bad a family is, they are always your own father and mother, not enemies, not strangers. And even if it's only once a year, they show they love you. You know, all the same, that you are at home. Now, I grew up without a family. That's probably why I've turned out like this, unfeeling. I waited again. Perhaps she doesn't understand, I thought. And besides, it's ridiculous, this moralizing. If I was a father and had a daughter, I really think I should love my daughter more than my sons. I began again, from another angle, to amuse her. I blushed, I own. Why? she asked. Aha! So she was listening. I just would. I don't know why, Lisa. Listen, I knew a father who was a stern, grim man, but he spent his whole life on his knees before his daughter, kissing her hands and her feet, lost in wonder and admiration. If she danced in the evening, he would stand in the same spot for 5 hours, on the end, never taking his eyes off her. He was mad about her. I can understand that. At night, when she was tired and fell asleep, he would wake up and go to kiss and bless her sleepy head. He wore a dirty old frock coat. He was tight-fisted with everybody else, but he would spend his last farthing on her. He gave her expensive presents, and it was sheer joy to him if his gift pleased her. A father always loves his daughters better than their mother does. Home is a happy place for some girls. I don't think I should ever let my daughter get married. But why not? She asked with the faintest whisper of a laugh. I should be jealous, honestly. How could she kiss another man? Would she love a stranger better than her father? It is even painful to imagine it. Of course, that's all nonsense. Of course, everybody sees reason in the end. But I think before I let her get married, I would take endless pains over one thing, sorting out all her suitors. But all the same, I should end by marrying her to the man she loves. You know, the man his daughter falls in love with always seems worse than the others to a father. That's a fact. It causes a lot of trouble in families. Some people are glad to sell their daughters instead of giving them in marriage, honestly, she said suddenly. Ah, so that's it. That's in those accursed families where there is neither God nor love, Lisa, I said hotly. And where there is no love, there is no reason either. There are such families, certainly, but I am not talking about them. It is clear you never knew kindness in your family if you say things like that. You are truly unfortunate. Hmm. It is mostly poverty that does that. Is it any better among gentlefolk, then, and decent people lead good lives, even if they are poor? Hmm. Yes, perhaps. There's another thing, Lisa. People only like to count their sorrows. They don't count their happiness. But if they reckoned as they ought to, they would see that everybody gets his share of everything. Well, but suppose everything goes well with your family, God is good to you, your husband proves to be a good man who loves you and cherishes you and doesn't leave you. It would be a happy in a family like that. Sometimes, even, it's happy with half joy and half sorrow, and besides, there's some sorrow everywhere. Perhaps you'll get married, and then you'll find out for yourself. On the other hand, take the early days of being married to a man you love, what utter happiness that can be. And it is renewed again and again. To begin with, even quarrels with a husband end happily. Sometimes the more a woman loves her husband, the more quarrels she starts with him. It's true. I knew one like that. It's like this. I love you very much, she'd say, and I torment you out of love, and I want you to feel that. Do you know that you can deliberately torment somebody out of love? Especially women can. And they think to themselves, afterwards I'll be so loving and tender that it's not wrong to make him suffer now. And at home everybody is glad of you There is goodness and merriment and peace and decency. And there are others who are jealous. I knew one. If her husband was out, she couldn't rest. Even in the middle of the night she'd get up and go poking and prying to see if he was there in that house with that woman. It's really bad. And she knew it was bad, and her heart would be heavy and she would reproach herself. But it was because she loved him. You know, all for love. And how good it is to make it up after a quarrel and ask his forgiveness and forgive him. And both of them are so happy. Everything suddenly becomes wonderful, as if they had just met for the first time, or got married, or fallen in love. And nobody at all ought to know what goes on between man and wife if they love each other. And whatever sort of quarrels they have, they mustn't even call their own mothers in as judges, with one telling tales about the other. They are their own judges. Love is a sacred secret, and ought to be kept hidden from all other eyes, whatever happens. It is holier that way, and better. They respect one another more, and respect is the foundation of many things. And if there was once love, if they married for love, why should love ever come to an end? Is it really impossible to keep it up? It very rarely happens that it can't be kept going. Why? If a husband is a good and honest man and gets on in life, how can love pass away? The first wedded love passes, true, but then comes an even better love. Then the two come together in soul and have all things in common. They have no secrets from one another. And when children come, even the most difficult of times will seem happiness. One only need love and have courage. Then work itself is cheerful. And even if you have to deny yourself food for the children, that is cheerful too. They will love you for it afterwards. It really means laying up a store for yourselves. When the children are growing up, you feel you must be an example and a support for them. And that even if you die, they will carry your feelings and thoughts in themselves all their lives, since they have received them from you and will bear your image and likeness. This then is a great duty. How can it fail to draw father and mother even closer together? Is it supposed to be a heavy burden to have children? Who says so? It is heavenly bliss. Do you like little children, Lisa? I do, terribly. You know, a rosy little baby sucking at your breast. And any husband's heart will turn towards his wife when he sees her sitting with his baby in her arms, a rosy, chubby little child, stretching and sunning itself, plump little legs and arms, transparent little nails, so tiny that you laugh to see them, and little eyes that seem to understand everything already, and it sucks its tiny hand, pinching and playing with your breast. The father comes near. It tears itself away from the breast, bends over backwards and looks at its father, laughs as if something was terribly funny, and then applies itself to sucking again. Or else all of a sudden, if its little teeth are coming through, it bites its mother's breast, looking slyly out of the corners of its little eyes as if to say, "Look, I bit it." And isn't that the whole of happiness? When the three, husband, wife, and child, are together, much can be forgiven for those moments. Yes, indeed, Lisa, you have to learn how to live yourself. And after that, you can criticize people. Pictures. You have to go on painting that sort of pretty pictures. I thought to myself, although I swear I had spoken with real feeling, and then suddenly I blushed. What if she bursts out laughing? What shall I do with myself then? The idea made me furious. By the end of my speech I had grown really warm, and now my vanity had somehow been wounded. The silence lengthened. I felt like nudging her. "Somehow you—" she began, and then stopped. But I had understood. A different note had quavered in her voice, not the old harsh, brutal, defiant tone, but something gentle and shy. So shy that somehow I felt ashamed and guilty. "What?" I asked with indulgent curiosity. "Well, you—" "What?" "Somehow you—" "It sounds just like a book," she said, and again there was a note of mockery in her voice. The remark stung me painfully. That was not what I had expected. I didn't understand that the mockery was deliberately assumed, like a mask. It was the last subterfuge of the kind usual with shy and pure-minded people, whose hearts are subjected to coarse and insistent probing, whose pride will not let them yield until the last minute, and who are afraid to express their feelings. The very timidity with which she ventured on her mockery, the several attempts before she succeeded at last in making herself express it, ought to have enabled me to guess. But I did not guess. My heart brimmed over with spite. "Just you wait," I thought. 7. "Oh, stop it, Lisa. If I'm disgusted, it's on your behalf, and has nothing to do with books. And not only on your behalf. I've just wakened up to all this myself. You must be revolted by all this, aren't you?" "No. Evidently habit counts for a lot. The devil only knows what habit can do to a man. But surely you can't seriously think you'll never get old, and will always stay pretty, or that you'll keep you here forever. I don't even mention the fact that it is pretty nasty even here. However, I'll say this about it, about this place you are living in. Even though you are young and attractive and pretty now, with feelings and sensitivity, well, do you know, as soon as I woke just now, I was revolted to find myself here with you. You have to be drunk to come here. But if you were in a different kind of place, living as decent people live, then perhaps I would not only hang round you, but absolutely fall in love with you, and be glad of a look, let alone a word from you. I'd lie in wait for you at your gate. I'd always be on my knees to you. I'd look on you as my future wife and think myself honored. I wouldn't dare have any impure thoughts about you. But here, I know I've only to whistle and you'll come to me, like it or not, and you'll be at my beck and call, not me at yours. The lowest little peasant can hire himself out to work, but all the same he won't be altogether a slave, and besides, he knows it won't last forever. But when will you be free? And think what it is you are giving up here. What are you selling into slavery? your soul as well as your body. The soul you have no right to enslave. You let your love be profaned by any and every drunken sort, your love, and that is everything, you know. It is a diamond. Love is every young girl's treasure. To earn that love, some men are ready to give up their lives, their very souls. But what is your love worth now? You have been bought, the whole of you, and why should anybody try to win love when he can have everything without it? And for a girl, there's no worse crime than that. Do you understand? I've been told they try to keep you silly creatures happy. They allow you to have your own lovers, but that's just pampering you. They are fooling you, laughing at you, and you believe them. Does he really love you, that lover? I don't believe it. How can he, if he knows you might be called away at any moment to somebody else? That makes him no better than filthy scum. Will he have the slightest respect for you? What have you in common with him? He'll laugh at you and steal from you. That's the extent of his love. You'll be lucky if he doesn't beat you. But perhaps he will. Ask him. If you have somebody like that, whether he'll marry you. He'll laugh in your face. If he doesn't spit on you or knock you down. And yet, perhaps, he's not worth a brass farthing himself. And what do you think you have ruined your life for? To be given coffee to drink and plenty to eat? And what do they feed you for? A decent woman wouldn't let that food touch her lips, because she knows what its purpose is. You're in debt here, and you'll go on being in debt. You'll be in debt to the very end, till the time when the customers begin to be disgusted with you. And that time will soon come. Don't rely on your youth. In this place, all that sort of thing is gone like the wind. You'll be turned out, and not simply turned out. Long before that you'll begin to be bullied and blamed and sworn at, just as if you hadn't thrown away your health and youth and soul for her profit, but instead had ruined her, robbed her and reduced her to beggary. And don't expect any support. The others, your pals, will attack you as well, to keep on the right side of her, because everybody here is a slave, and long ago lost all conscience and pity. They are steeped in filth, and there is nothing on earth as nasty, dirty, and offensive as their abuse. And you will have given up everything, wholeheartedly. Health, youth, beauty, hope. And at 22 you'll look like 35. And you'll be lucky if you are not a sick woman. Pray God you won't be. I suppose you think now that you don't have to work. It's all one long holiday, but there is no harder and more back-breaking toil on earth, and never has been. I should think anybody would eat her heart out. And you wouldn't dare utter a word, not a syllable, when you are turned out of here. You'll go as if it was all your fault. You'll transfer yourself to another place, and then to a third, and somewhere else after that. And in the end you'll come to the Haymarket, and there you'll be beaten up as a matter of course. That's one of their charming habits. They don't know how to show a guest he is welcome except by beating him up. Don't you believe it's so horrible there? Go and have a look sometime, and perhaps you'll see for yourself. Once I saw a woman on New Year's Day outside a door. Her own people had thrown her out, with ill-natured laughter, to cool off a bit, because she was making too much noise, and locked the door behind her. At 9 o'clock in the morning she was already quite drunk, tousled, half naked, and covered with bruises. Her face was as white as chalk, but it was black round the eyes. Blood was flowing from her nose. Some cabby had just been using his fists on her. She sat down on the stone step, holding a dry salt fish in her hand. She was howling and bewailing her fate and battering the fish against the steps. The cabbies and drunken soldiers crowding round the doorway mocked at her. "You don't believe that you'll ever be like that, do you?" And I should like not to believe it, but how do you know? Perhaps 2 years ago, or 8, that same woman with the salt fish arrived here from somewhere, fresh and innocent and pure, like a little cherub, ignorant of evil and blushing at every word. Perhaps she was just the same kind as you, proud, sensitive, not like the others. She looked like a queen, and she knew that perfect happiness was waiting for the man who would love her, whom she would love. You see how it ended, don't you? And what if at that moment when, drunken and dishevelled, she beat that fish against the dirty steps, what if at that moment all her clean early life in her father's house came back to her? The years when she was still going to school and the neighbour's son waited for her on the way there, and told her he would love her all his life, and put his destiny in her hands, and they promised to love one another forever, and get married as soon as they grew big. No, Lisa, it will be good luck for you if you die soon of consumption somewhere in a corner, in a cellar, like that girl I told you about just now, in hospital. Do you say? Good. They'll take you there. But if the madame still needs you, consumption is a special kind of illness. It's not a fever. With it a person can hope till the last minute and say she's well. She can reassure herself, and it's to the madame's benefit. Don't worry, it's true. It means you have sold your soul, and besides you owe money, and so you daren't say a word. And when you die, they'll all abandon you, all turn away from you, because what good will you be to them? What's more, you'll be reproached for uselessly taking up room and not dying quickly enough. You'll beg in vain for a drink of water, and be given it with a curse. "When will you kick the bucket, you slut?" they'll say. "You won't let us sleep. You keep on groaning. You make the customers sick." This is quite true. I have overheard things like it myself. When you're really dying, you'll be pushed into a stinking corner of the cellar, in the darkness and the damp. What will you think about then, lying there alone? When you die, you'll be carted off in a hurry by strangers, grumbling and impatient. Nobody will say a prayer for you. Nobody will sigh over you. They'll simply want to get you out of sight as quickly as they can. They'll buy a box and carry you out, as they did that poor girl today, and hold your wake in the pub. There'll be wet snow and slush and slime in the grave, and they're not likely to stand on ceremony with the likes of you. Let her down, Vanya. Well, there's a fine thing. Even here she has to have her legs in the air. That's the sort she is. Shorten those ropes. Don't fool about. It's all right as it is. What do you mean all right? It's lying on its side, isn't it? After all, she's a human being. Oh well, all right, fill it in. They won't waste much time even arguing about you. They'll shovel in the dark blue clay and go off to the pub. That'll be the end of your memory on earth. Other women have children to come to graveside. and fathers and husbands. But there'll be no tears or signs or prayers for you, and nobody at all in the whole world will ever come to your grave. Your name will vanish from the face of the earth, just as if you had never existed, never been born, all in the mud and marsh. You can knock as much as you like on the coffin lid at night, when the dead awaken. Let me out, good people, to live in the world. When I was alive, I saw nothing of life. My life ran away down the drain. I drank it away in a pub in the Haymarket. Let me live on earth again, good people. End quote. I had let myself be carried away to such an extent that a lump was rising in my own throat, and I stopped suddenly, raised myself in a fright on my elbow, bent my head fearfully, and began to listen with a beating heart. I had good cause to be disturbed. For some time I had been feeling that I must have harrowed her soul and crushed her heart. And the more convinced I grew of it, the more I wanted to attain my end as quickly and powerfully as possible. It was the game that carried me along, the game itself, but not only the game. I knew that what I said was constrained and artificial, even bookish. In short, the only way I could talk was like a book, but that wasn't what disturbed me. I knew I should be understood and felt that my very bookishness might well be a help. But now that I had made my effort, my nerve failed all at once. No, never, never had I witnessed such despair. She was lying face downwards, with her head buried in the pillow and her arms strained tightly round it. Her heart was bursting, her whole young body shook as if she had a fever. Stifling sobs crowded into her breasts, until they forced their way out as wails and cries. And those moments she would press her face deeper into the pillow, for fear that any living soul in that place should know of her tears and agony. She bit the pillow, bit her hands until the blood came, as I saw later, or, desperately clutching the tangled braids of her hair, grew rigid with effort, holding her breath and clenching her teeth. I tried to say something, to beg her to be calm, but soon realized that I simply dared not, and trembling violently and almost terrified, began hurriedly groping about for my things, to get away somehow as quickly as possible. It was pitch dark, and try as I might, I could not finish quickly. All at once my hand found a box of matches and a candlestick, with a whole new candle. As soon as the light filled the room, Lisa started up and sat gazing at me almost vacantly, with a half-crazy smile on her distorted face. I sat down beside her and took her hands. She came to her senses and flung herself towards me, as if to put her arms round me, but she dared not, and could only hang her head in silence. "Lisa, my dear, I didn't mean— Forgive me," I began, but she pressed my hand in hers with such force that I realized I was saying the wrong thing. "Here is my address, Lisa. Come to me." "Yes, I will," she whispered decidedly, but without raising her head. "And now I am going. Good-bye. Au revoir." I stood up, and so did she. Then she started, blushing violently, seized the shawl lying on a chair, and flung it round her shoulders, covering herself to the chin. My heart ached. I was in a hurry to leave, to get right away. "Wait," she said suddenly, when we were already in the passage and close to the door, halted me with a hand on the sleeve of my overcoat, hastily set down the candle, and hurried away. She had evidently remembered something, or wanted to bring something to show me. As she ran off, her face was full of color, her eyes sparkled. There was a smile on her lips. What could it mean? Involuntarily I waited. She returned in a minute with a glance that seemed to be pleading for forgiveness, for something. This was not at all the same face or the same look as just now, sullen, mistrustful, and stubborn. Her look now was beseeching, gentle, and at the same time trustful, tender, and humble. It was like the look of children when they are asking for something from somebody they love. Hers were hazel eyes, full of life and capable of reflecting both love and sullen hatred, without any explanation, as if I was some higher kind of creature who knew everything without being told. She held out towards me a piece of paper. Her whole face was absolutely glowing with the most naive, almost childish delight. I unfolded the paper. It was a letter from a young medical student, or something of the sort. A very stilted and flowery but extremely respectful declaration of love. I can't remember the phrases now, but I remember very well, through the high-flown style, there shone a sincerity of feeling impossible to feign. When I had finished it, I met her ardent, curious, and childishly eager gaze fixed on my face, as she waited impatiently to hear what I would say. In a few rapid but joyful and almost boastful words, she explained that she had been at a party with dancing, in the home of some very, very nice people, family people, who didn't know anything, anything at all, because she was only new here, and she wasn't really. She hadn't made up her mind at all yet, and she would certainly leave as soon as she had paid off her debt. Well, this student had been there, and he had danced with her and talked to her all the evening, and it turned out that he had known her in Riga when they were children. They had played together, but it was a long time ago, and he knew her parents, but he didn't know anything, or even suspect anything about this. The very next day, the day before yesterday, he had sent this letter by the friend who had taken her to the party, and, well, that was all. When she had finished her story, she dropped her shining eyes almost shyly. The poor little creature was preserving the student's letter as a treasure, and it was this treasure she had gone running to fetch, not wanting me to leave without knowing that she was loved, honorably and sincerely, and that people spoke to her with respect. The letter was almost certainly destined to remain put away, without consequences, but that didn't matter. I am sure she would treasure it all her life, as her pride and justification, and now, at a moment like this, she had remembered it, and brought it to me, as a way of naively showing off and re-establishing herself in my eyes, so that I should see and value her too. Without saying anything, I pressed her hand and went out. I couldn't wait to get away. I walked the whole way, although the snow was still falling in great wet flakes. I felt tired out, crushed, uncertain, but the truth already gleamed through the uncertainty, the filthy truth. 8. It was a long time, however, before I consented to recognize that truth. I awoke in the morning, after some hours of leaden sleep, to an immediate realization of the whole of the previous day's happenings, and was astounded by my sentimentality with Lisa, and all yesterday's horrors and miseries. Pah! A fine state of womanish nerves one gets into, I thought. And what possessed me to give her my address? What if she comes? However, let her come. Perhaps it doesn't matter. But obviously the chief and most urgent matter now was something different. I must make haste, at whatever cost and as soon as possible, to save my reputation in the eyes of Zverkov and Simonov. That was the main thing now. And in my fever of activity that morning, I even forgot all about Lisa. First of all, it was necessary to repay yesterday's debt to Simonov without delay. I resolved on a desperate measure, borrowing the whole 15 roubles from Anton Antonovich. It so happened that he was in an excellent humor that morning and gave it to me at once, as soon as I asked. I was so pleased at this that I signed the IOU with a somewhat dashing air. I carelessly mentioned that the day before some friends and I had been going to Pace at the Hotel des Paris. We were seeing off an old pal, one might even say a childhood friend, and he's a bit of a lad, a spoilt darling. Well, of course, of good family, pretty well off, a brilliant career. A wit, an awfully nice chap, carries on intrigues with certain ladies. You understand what I mean? Well, we drank the extra half-dozen, and nothing. It had all been said with great lightness, ease, and smugness. When I got home, I immediately wrote to Simonov. To this day, remembering the gentlemanly sincerity, the frank and good-hearted tone of my letter, I am filled with an admiration. Skilfully, nobly, and above all, without wasting words, I took the blame for everything. I used as my excuse, quote, if I may still be permitted to make excuses for myself, the fact that since I was completely unused to drinking the very first glass supposedly drunk before their arrival, while I was waiting for them in the Hotel des Paris from 5 until 6 o'clock had made me drunk. I begged Simonov's pardon in particular and asked him to convey my apologies to all the others, especially Zverkov, whom I seemed to have a hazy recollection of having insulted. I added that I would have called on each of them, but my head ached, and most of all I was ashamed of myself. I was especially pleased with the kind of lightness of touch, almost amounting to the casual, with which my pen was suddenly endowed, and which gave them to understand, better than any arguments, that I took a rather detached view of all yesterday's swinishness. I was not, absolutely not, I implied, killed on the spot, so to speak, as you probably imagine, gentlemen, but regarded it, on the contrary, as a serene, self-regarding gentleman ought. Quote, the affair did not discredit to a young man of spirit. End quote, I quoted. Is there perhaps even a touch of aristocratic playfulness? I thought admiringly, reading over my note. And all because I am an intelligent and educated man. Other men in my place would not know how to extricate themselves from an awkward situation, but I've disentangled myself and can carry on as before, and all because I am, quote unquote, a mature and educated man of our time. And perhaps everything that happened yesterday really was because of the drink. Well, no, It wasn't because of the drink. I didn't touch any vodka at all between 5 o'clock and 6. While I was waiting for them, I told Simonov a lie, a shameless lie, and I am still not ashamed. Oh, to hell with it. What mattered most was that I had got myself out of it. I put 6 rubles in the letter, sealed it, and asked Apollon to take it to Simonov. When he knew that there was money in the letter, Apollon became more respectful and agreed to go. Towards evening I went out for a walk. My head was still aching and dizzy from the previous night, but the later it grew and the thicker became the dusk, the more my feelings, and with them my thoughts, became changed and muddled. There was something within me, in the depths of my heart and conscience, that had not died, that refused to die, and that manifested itself in burning anguish. For the most part I wandered in the busiest shopping streets, the Meshchansky, the Sadovaya, and near the Yusupov gardens. I had always been especially fond of strolling through those streets at dusk, just when the passing crowds of craftsmen and factory workers going home from their day's work, their faces bad-tempered with worry, were at their thickest. This anxious preoccupation with farthings, this undisguised prose, was what particularly appealed to me. This time the jostling crush in the streets only inflamed my nerves still more. I simply couldn't get myself straightened out. Something was working and seething in my soul, incessantly and painfully. I returned home utterly shattered. It was as though I had a crime on my conscience. The thought that Lisa might come never ceased to torment me. It was strange that, of all the memories of the previous day, that of Lisa was especially, almost separately, oppressive. By the evening I had succeeded in forgetting all the rest. I had shrugged my shoulders over them, and I remained completely satisfied with my letter to Simonov. But this was something I could no longer be complacent about. The thought of Lisa still nagged at me. What if she comes? I never stopped thinking. Well, suppose she does. It makes no difference. Let her come. But the mere fact that she will, for example, see how I live, is bad. Yesterday I made myself out such a hero to her. And now, it's a great pity I've let things go so much. My flat is positively beggarly, and yesterday I had the nerve to go out to dinner in such clothes. And my oilcloth sofa with the stuffing coming out, and my dressing gown that you can't even cover yourself decently with, rags and tatters, and she will see it all. And what's more, she'll see Apollon. That oaf will certainly insult her. He'll be rude to her to get his own back to me. And as usual, I'll play the coward, of course. I'll put on airs, wrap the skirts of my dressing gown round me, and start smiling and trying to pretend. Ah, disgusting. And that's not the worst. There's something more important, nastier, and still lower. Yes, lower. And I shall put on that dishonest lying mask again. But when I reached this point in my thoughts, I burst out. Why dishonest? What is there dishonest about it? What I said yesterday was quite sincere. I remember feeling genuinely moved. I really wanted to arouse her noblest emotions. If I made her cry, that was a good thing. I was producing a wholesome effect. But all the same I could not make my mind easy. All that evening after I had got home, even after 9 o'clock, when it was plain that Lisa could not possibly come, the thought of her still kept running in my head and, most important, always in one and the same condition. I mean that one moment, out of all those I had lived through the day before, kept presenting itself to me with especial clarity. That was the moment when I struck a match and saw her pale, distorted face, with its expression of martyrdom. How pitiful, how unnatural, how twisted her smile had been at that instant! I did not know then that even after 15 years I should still go on seeing Lisa in my imagination, with the same pitiful, twisted, useless smile on her lips as she had worn at that moment. The next day I was again prepared to see all this as rubbish, the result of frayed nerves, and above all, exaggeration. I have always recognized this as my weak point and sometimes feared it greatly. I always exaggerate, that's my weakness, I constantly repeated to myself. Nevertheless, Lisa may still come, all the same, was the refrain that at that time always brought those internal discussions of mine to a close. I was so worried that at times I became almost frantic. "She'll come, she's sure to come," I exclaimed, scurrying about the room. "Tomorrow, if not today, and she'll find me. That's what comes of the damned romanticism of all these pure hearts. Oh, the vileness, the stupidity, the narrowness of these sentimental pagan souls! Well, how could she fail to understand? Surely she must have understood that. But here I would pull myself up, in the greatest confusion. And how little need, I thought in passing, how little need there was of the idyllic, and moreover, idyls are so artificial, bookish, invented, to change a whole human life to suit one's own ideas. That's your innocence for you. That's your inexperience. Sometimes I had the idea of going to see Lisa myself, telling her everything and begging her not to come. But at the thought such rage boiled up in me that I think I would have crushed that damned Lisa if she had suddenly appeared at my side. I should have insulted her, abused her, driven her away, even struck her. One day passed, however, and a second, and a third. She did not come, and I began to grow calmer. I became particularly cheerful and light-hearted after 9 o'clock, and even began to indulge in soothing dreams. For example, I save Lisa by the mere fact that she comes to me and I talk to her. I develop her, educate her. Finally I notice that she loves me passionately. I pretend not to understand. I don't know though why I pretend, I just do, probably as an ornamental touch. Finally, covered with confusion, beautiful, trembling and sobbing, she throws herself at my feet and declares that I am her saviour and she loves me better than anything else in the world. I am amazed, but "Lisa," I say, "do you really think I haven't noticed your love? I saw everything, I guessed it all, but I did not dare trespass on your heart the first, because I have influence over you, and I was afraid you would deliberately make yourself respond to my love out of gratitude, trying to produce by force an emotion that perhaps does not exist. And I didn't want that, because that is despotism. It is indelicate. In short, here I would indulge in a lot of European, George Sandish, ineffably noble and subtle nonsense. But now you are mine, my creation, beautiful and pure. You are my lovely wife." Enter now then, bold and free, be my mistress of my house and me. Then we should begin living happily ever after, travelling abroad, etc., etc. In short, the whole dream would get extremely low and common, and I would end by jeering at myself. Besides, they won't let her come, a fallen woman, I thought. I don't think they let them go out much, least of all in the evening. For some reason I was absolutely convinced that she would come in the evening at exactly 7 o'clock. On the other hand, she said she wasn't completely committed, she still kept a certain independence, so, damn it all, she'll come, she'll certainly come. It was a good thing that Apollon's boorishness distracted my attention during that time. He completely exhausted my patience. He was my executioner, my cross, the scourge inflicted on by Providence. For several years he and I had been constantly skirmishing, and I hated him. My God, how I hated him! I think I have never in my life hated anybody as much, especially at certain times. He was a pompous elderly man who also did a little tailoring. For some reason he held me in boundless contempt, and treated me with intolerable condescension. But then he was condescending with everybody. You had only to look at that smooth flaxen poll, and the heavily oiled quiff poking up above his forehead, or at that prim mouth always pursed into a V shape, to feel that you were in the presence of a man who had never doubted himself in his life. He was consummately pedantic, the greatest pedant I have ever met, and his self-esteem would have been hardly becoming in Alexander of Macedon. He was besotted with himself. He doted on every one of his buttons, every one of his fingernails. That was his essence. He tyrannized over me completely, spoke to me extremely seldom, and if he cast me an occasional glance, it was with a royally self-assured and perpetually derisive look that sometimes drove me wild. He carried out his duties as though he was doing me the greatest of favors. He did practically nothing for me, however, and did not even consider himself obliged to do anything. There could be no doubt that he considered me the greatest fool on earth, and if he kept me in his service it was solely because he could get his wages from me every month. He consented to do nothing for me for 7 roubles a month. I shall be forgiven much for his sake. My hatred grew to such proportions that his very way of walking sometimes made me shudder. But what I loathed most was his lisping speech. His tongue was a little too long for him, or something, and this gave him a perpetual lisp and hiss, of which he appeared to be very proud, imagining that it conferred extraordinary distinction on him. He spoke in quiet, measured tones, with his hands behind his back and his eyes on the ground. I found it particularly infuriating when he used to begin reading the Psalter aloud in the room. I fought many battles over that reading. But he was terribly fond of reading the Psalter in the evening in his quiet, monotonous voice, as though he was reading over a corpse. It is interesting that that is what he ended by doing. Now he reads the Psalter over the dead, as well as exterminating rats and making blacking. But at that time I found I could no more dismiss him than if his being had been chemically combined with mine. Besides, he wouldn't have consented to leave on any account. I couldn't live in a furnished room. My flat was my private possession, my shell, my sheath, in which I hid from all mankind, and Apollon, God knows why, seemed to belong to that flat. And for the whole 7 years I found it impossible to turn him out. To keep back his wages for even 2 or 3 days was equally impossible. He would have made such an issue of it that I shouldn't have known what to do with myself. But at this period I was so furious with everybody that I made up my mind to punish Apollon for some fault or other by withholding his wages for 2 weeks. I had been intending to do this for a long time, about 2 years, simply to show him he could not give himself such airs with me, and that if I chose I could always refuse to give him his wages. I proposed not to mention the matter to him, keeping quiet in order to conquer his pride and force him to be the first to speak about it. Then I would take the 7 rubles out of the drawer and show them to him, so that he could see that I had them put away on purpose. But I wouldn't. I simply wouldn't give him his wages. I wouldn't because I wouldn't, because that was my decision as his master, because he was disrespectful, because he was an oaf. But if he would ask politely, I would perhaps relent and pay him. If not, he could wait another 2 weeks, or 3, or a month. But angry though I was, he won. I didn't even hold out for 4 days. He began as he always did in such cases, because there had been such cases before. It had all been tried before, and let me remark, I knew it all beforehand. I knew his sneaking tactics by heart. That is to say, he began by gazing at me sternly for several minutes together, especially when we met face to face, or when he was showing me out. If I contained myself and pretended I did not notice these looks, he proceeded, still without saying anything, to further tortures. Suddenly, for no reason at all, he would glide silently into my room, when I was moving about or reading, stop close to the door, put one hand behind his back, and stand at ease, his eyes fixed on me with an expression no longer so much stern as contemptuous. If I asked him what he wanted, he would make no reply, but continue to gaze steadily at me for a few more seconds, then slowly turn about and, with tightly compressed lips and a highly significant air, slowly retreat into his room. 2 hours later he would suddenly emerge again and make another appearance before me. It sometimes happened that I was too angry to ask him what he wanted, but sharply raised my head and gazed steadily and masterfully at him. We would stare at each other like this for about 2 minutes. Finally, slowly and pompously, he would turn away and disappear for a further 2 hours. If even this failed to make me see reason, and I remained mutinous, he would begin to sigh as he looked at me, sigh long and deeply, with a sigh that seemed to measure the full depth of my infamy. And of course, in the end, he always triumphed. I raged and shouted, but all the same I was compelled to concede the point in dispute. This time the usual maneuver of Stern looks had hardly begun before I completely lost control of myself and attacked him furiously. I had too many other things to annoy me. "Stop!" I shouted frantically, as slowly and silently, with one hand behind his back. He turned to go away into his own room. "Stop! Come back, I tell you! Come back!" And I must have yelled so unnaturally that he turned back again and examined me with some amazement. He remained mute, however, and this drove me into a frenzy. "How dare you come in here without permission and stare at me like that? Answer me!" But after gazing at me calmly for half a minute, he again began to turn away. "Stop!" I howled, rushing up to him. "Stay where you are. That's it. Now answer me. Why did you come in to stare at me?" "If you have any orders for me just now, it is my business to carry them out," he replied, after another silence, in his hushed, measured, hissing tones, raising his eyebrows and quietly changing the inclination of his head from left to right. "That's not what I'm asking you about, torturer!" I shrieked, trembling with fury. "I'll tell you what you came for. You can see I'm not giving you your money, and you're too stiff-necked to submit and ask for it, and that's why you come in here with your stupid stares to punish me, and you haven't the least idea, torturer, how stupid, 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 stupid it is." He was again beginning to turn away without speaking, but I seized him. "Listen," I shouted. "Here's the money. You see, here it is." I took it out of the table drawer. "All 7 rubles. But you won't get it. You won't get it until such time as you come respectfully and repentantly to ask my forgiveness. You hear what I say?" "That can never be," he answered with unnatural self-assurance. "It will!" I shouted. "On my word of honor, it will!" "And there is nothing for me to ask your pardon for," he went on, as if he hadn't noticed my shouts, "because you called me torturer just now, and I can always claim against you for slander at the police station." "Go there, then. Make your claim," I howled. "Go now, this minute, this second. But all the same you're a torturer, torturer, torturer." But he only looked at me, then turned round and, without heeding my shouted commands or looking back, glided away to his own room. "None of this would have happened if it wasn't for Lisa," I said to myself. Then, after standing there for a moment, I followed him, stalking in a solemn and dignified way, but with a heart that beat slowly and heavily round the screen to his quarters. "Apollon," I said with the utmost calm and deliberation, although I was choking with rage. "Go at once, without a moment's delay, for the police sergeant." He had already sat down at his table, put on his spectacles, and taken up a piece of sewing. But when he heard my order, he snorted with laughter. "Go at once! Go this instant! Go, or you can't even begin to imagine what will happen." "Seriously, you must be out of your mind," he lisped slowly, continuing to thread his needle without even looking up. "Whoever heard of a man going to fetch the police to himself? And as for frightening me, It's no use you straining yourself, because nothing will come of it. Go on! I shrieked, seizing him by the shoulder. I felt I was on the point of striking him, but I had not noticed the outer door opening slowly and quietly at that very moment, and now a figure entered, stopped, and stared at us in bewilderment. I looked round and, transfixed with shame, immediately dashed into my own room. There, clutching my hair with both hands, I leaned my head against the wall and remained rigid in that position. About 2 minutes I heard Apollon's slow tread. "A person is asking for you," he said, looking at me extremely severely. Then he stood aside and admitted Lisa. He did not go away again, but watched us derisively. "Get out! Get out!" I ordered, flustered. At that moment my clock gathered up its strength, wheezed, and struck 7. 9. Enter now then, bold and free, be mistress of my house and me. I stood before her, crushed, discredited, foully covered with confusion, smiling, I think, and straining the skirts of my ragged, wadded dressing gown round me. In fact, exactly as I had pictured myself in my depression a little earlier. Apollon went out after he had stood over us for a couple of minutes, but I felt no relief. The worst of it was that she was suddenly overcome with confusion to a most unexpected degree. It was, of course, the result of seeing the state I was in. "Sit down," I said mechanically, moving a chair to the table for her and making myself a seat on the sofa. All eyes, she obediently sat down, evidently expecting something from me at once. This naive expectation drove me into a rage, but I contained myself. If I could only try not to notice anything, as if everything was as usual, but she. And I was vaguely aware that I should make her pay dearly for all this. "You find me in a strange situation, Lisa," I began, stammering and knowing that this was just how not to deal with it. "No, no, don't mistake me," I cried, seeing that she had suddenly coloured up. "I am not ashamed of my poverty. On the contrary, I am proud of it. I am poor but high-minded." "One can be poor and high-minded," I muttered. "However, would you like some tea?" "No," she was beginning. "Wait a moment." I jumped up and ran out to Apollon. I had to find some excuse for disappearing from sight. "Apollon," I babbled in a feverish whisper, throwing down the 7 roubles which I had been holding in my hand the whole time. "Here's your wages. You see, I'm giving you them, but in return you must come to my rescue. Bring me some tea, and 10 rusks from the pub. If you refuse, you'll make me most unhappy. You don't know what sort of woman that is. That's the whole point. Perhaps you imagine something, but you don't know what that woman is." Apollon, who had already sat down to his work again and put on his spectacles, squinted at the money first of all, without putting down his needle. Then he went on fussing with the thread, still trying to get it into the needle, without paying me the slightest attention or saying a word. I waited for about 3 minutes, standing before him with my arms folded in a Napoleonic pose. My temples were damp with sweat, and I could feel that I was pale. But thank God, he probably felt sorry just to look at me. Finishing with his thread, he slowly stood up, slowly moved away from the table, slowly counted the money, and at length slowly left the room, throwing at me over his shoulder the question, "Do you want me to bring a complete order?" On the way back to Lisa, the thought crossed my mind of simply running away, come what might, following my nose, and just as I was in my dressing gown. I sat down again. She looked at me anxiously. Neither of us spoke for a few minutes. "I'll kill him," I yelled suddenly, banging my fist on the table so violently that the ink splashed out of the inkwell. "Oh, what are you saying?" she cried, starting. "I'll kill him! I'll kill him!" I yelled again, thumping the table in utter frenzy, and at the same time realizing what extreme stupidity it was to be in such a frenzy. "You don't know, Lisa, what that executioner is to me. He stretches me on the rack. He has gone for rusks now. He—" And at once I burst into tears. It was a real fit of hysteria. I was hot with shame, but I could not restrain my sobs. She was frightened. "What's the matter? Whatever is the matter?" she cried, hovering round me. "Water! Give me some water, over there," I muttered feebly, conscious, however, that I could quite well do without water or feeble mutterings either. I was putting on an act, as they call it, to preserve the decencies, even though my hysteria was genuine enough. She gave me the water, looking at me forlornly. At that moment Apollon carried in the tea. This ordinary, prosaic tea suddenly seemed to me so wretched and unsuitable after all that had happened, that I blushed for it. Lisa looked at Apollon in fright. He went out without glancing at us. "Lisa, do you despise me?" I said, looking hard at her and trembling with impatience to find out what she was thinking. She became flustered and could not answer. "Drink your tea," I said angrily. I was angry with myself, but of course it was she who had to suffer for it. A terrible rage against her boiled up suddenly in my heart. I think I could have killed her, to be revenged on her. I swore I would not say a word to her all the time she was there. She is the cause of it all, I thought. Our silence had already lasted some 5 minutes. The tea stood on the table. We did not touch it. I had reached the stage where I refused to drink mine, on purpose to make it harder for her, and for her to begin first seemed awkward. Sometimes she looked at me in sad perplexity. I remained stubbornly silent. I was, of course, the greatest sufferer myself, because I was fully conscious of the sickening baseness of my stupid rage, and at the same time unable to restrain myself. "I want to leave that place altogether," she began, to break the silence somehow. But poor thing, that was just the wrong subject to broach in a situation that was stupid enough already. Even my heart ached with pity for her clumsiness and needless honesty, but something inside me instantly choked all pity and even egged me on still further. Let the sky fall. 5 minutes more passed. "Am I disturbing you?" she began, timidly and almost inaudibly, beginning to get up. But the moment I saw this first flash of offended dignity, I began to shake with rage and immediately burst out furiously. "Why did you come here? Tell me that, if you please," I began, choking with anger and not even trying to preserve the logical order of my words. I wanted to get it all out in one volley. I didn't even bother about where to begin. "Why did you come? Answer me! Answer me!" I shouted, almost beside myself. "I'll tell you why you came, my dear. You came because I spoke to you with pity and sympathy. Well, now you've gone soft, and you want sympathetic words again. Let me tell you that I was laughing at you, and I'm laughing at you now. What are you trembling for? Yes, I was laughing at you. I had been insulted earlier, at dinner, by those fellows who arrived before me. I came to your place, intending to thrash a certain officer, who was one of them, but I didn't succeed. He wasn't there. So I had to be revenged on somebody for the insult and get my own back. You turned up, and so I vented my fury on you, and had a good laugh. I had been humiliated, so I wanted to humiliate somebody else. I had been treated like dirt, so I wanted to show my power. That's what happened, and you thought I'd come on purpose to rescue you, didn't you? Didn't you? Didn't you?" I knew that she might be getting confused and would not understand all I was saying, but I knew also that she would understand the essence of it perfectly well, and so she did. She went as white as a sheet, and tried, with painfully distorted lips, to say something, but only dropped back on her chair as though she had been felled with an axe. And all the time afterwards she listened to me with gaping mouth and staring eyes, trembling with terror. She was crushed, crushed by my cynicism. "Save you!" I went on, jumping up from my chair and almost running backwards and forwards in front of her. "Save you from what? But I am perhaps worse than you. Why didn't you fling the question in my face when I began preaching at you? What did you come here for, then? To teach us morality, I suppose? It was power. Power I wanted then, the fascination of the game. I wanted to get your tears, your humiliation, your hysterics. That's what I wanted then. It's true that I couldn't go through with it because I'm trash, and I got scared, and God knows why was fool enough to give you my address. Afterwards, even before I got home, I was already cursing you for all I was worth because of that address. I really hated you then, because I had lied to you. Because I only want to amuse myself a bit with words, to have a few dreams in my head, but in real life, do you know what I want? For you to vanish. That's what. I want to be left in peace, just left undisturbed. I'd sell the whole world this minute for a kopeck. For the whole world to vanish into thin air, or for me not to drink my tea. I say, let the world perish, if I can always drink my tea. Did you know that or not? Well, I know this. I am a blackguard, a scoundrel, an egotist, a sluggard. For the last 3 days I've been shaking with fear that you would come, and do you know what worried me particularly all those 3 days? That I'd made myself out to be such a hero to you, and now, all at once, you would see me in this ragged dressing gown, poverty-stricken, repulsive. I said just now that I was not ashamed of being poor. Let me tell you that I am ashamed of it, more ashamed than of anything else. I fear it more than anything else, more than being a thief, because I am so vain that it's as if my skin had been flayed off and the very air was painful to me. Surely you must have guessed by now that I shall never forgive you for having found me in this disgraceful dressing gown, at a time when I was going for Apollon like a bad-tempered little cur, the saviour, the hero, flying at his servant like a mangy, neglected mongrel, while the servant laughs at him, and the tears that I could no more hold back just now that some old woman who has been put to shame, I will never forgive you those. And I shall never forgive you for what I am confessing now, at this moment. Yes, you and you alone will have to answer for everything, because you turned up, because I am a cad, because I am the nastiest, most ridiculous, pettiest, stupidest, most envious of all the worms on this earth, who are none of them any better than me, but who, the devil only knows why, are never put out of countenance. But all my life, any nit will be able to give me a fillip on the nose, and that's my distinguishing feature. And what business is it of mine that you don't understand a word of this? And what on earth has it to do with me whether you are perishing in that place or not? Do you understand how much I shall hate you for being here and hearing me tell you all this? After all, a man doesn't talk like this more than once in a lifetime, and then only if he's hysterical. What more do you want? Why are you still here, tormenting me? After all that, why don't you go? But at this point something exceedingly strange happened. I was so used to thinking and imagining everything like a book, and seeing everything in the guise in which I had previously created in my dreams, that at first I didn't even understand this strange circumstance. But this is what happened. Lisa, whom I had so abused and humiliated, understood a great deal more than I imagined. She understood that part of it that a woman always understands first, if she sincerely loves, and that was that I myself was unhappy. The terrified and outraged feeling in her face changed first of all into sorrowful bewilderment. But when I began to call myself a cad and a scoundrel, and my tears began to flow again, I uttered the whole tirade to the accompaniment of tears. Her whole face underwent a kind of convulsion. She tried to rise to her feet, and to stop me somehow when I finished. However, she paid no attention to my cries of "Why are you here?" and "Why don't you go away?" but only to the fact that it must be very difficult for me to say all this. And she was so cold, poor thing. She considered herself so infinitely beneath me. Why should she be resentful or offended? On some sort of irresistible impulse she sprang up from her chair and, straining towards me, but still timid and not daring to move from the spot, held out her arms to me. Now my heart, too, turned over. Then she rushed towards me, flung her arms round my neck, and burst into tears. I also was unable to control myself, and sobbed as I never had before. They give me no... I am incapable of being good, I cried, hardly able to get the words out. Then I went over to the sofa, fell face downwards on it and sobbed for a quarter of an hour in real hysterics. She pressed herself against me, embraced me, and remained motionless. But all the same, the hysterics could not go on forever. And now I am telling the sickening truth. As I lay face down on the sofa, flat with my face buried in my cheap leather cushion, I began, little by little, as if from afar, unwillingly but uncontrollably, to feel that it would be awkward to raise my head and look Lisa in the eyes. What was I ashamed of? I don't know. But I was ashamed. The idea came also into my overwrought mind that our roles had definitely been reversed. She was the heroine, and I was just such another crushed and degraded creature as she had been that night 4 days before. And all this came into my head while I still lay face downwards on the sofa. My God, surely I didn't envy her even then, did I? I don't know. I still can't make up my mind. But then, of course, I was still less able to understand it than I am now, without power and tyranny over somebody I can't live. But, after all, discussion won't explain anything, and consequently there's no point in discussing it. However, I overcame my reluctance and lifted my head slightly. After all, I had to raise it sometime, and then purely because, as I am convinced to this day, I was ashamed to look at her. A different feeling was kindled in my heart and flared up, all at once, a feeling of mastery and ownership. My eyes glittered with passion and I squeezed her hands hard. How I hated her and how strongly I was attracted to her at that moment. One feeling reinforced the other. It was almost like revenge. At first her face expressed what might have been perplexity, or perhaps even fear, but for only one instant. Rapturously, ardently, she embraced me. 10. A quarter of an hour later I was scurrying round the room in frantic impatience, at every other moment rushing up to the screens and peering through the crack between them at Lisa. She was sitting on the floor, leaning her head against the bed and probably crying. But she was not going, and that was what annoyed me. This time she knew everything. I had insulted her finally, but there is no point in telling that story. She had divined that my fit of passion was in fact vengeance, a fresh indignity for her, and that to my recent, almost aimless hatred had been added a personal, envious hatred of her. I do not maintain, however, that she understood it all distinctly, but on the other hand she fully understood that I was a vile creature and, most important, not in a condition to love her. I know I shall be told this is incredible, incredible to be as ill-natured and stupid as I am. Perhaps it will be added that it was incredible not to fall in love with her, or at least not to value her love. But why is it incredible? To begin with, I could no longer fall in love because, I repeat, with me to love meant to tyrannize and hold the upper hand morally. All my life I have been unable to conceive of any other love, and I have reached the stage when I sometimes think now that the whole of love consists in the right freely given to the lover to tyrannize over the beloved, even in my underground dreams. I did not picture love otherwise than as a struggle, always beginning with hatred and ending with moral subjugation, and after that could not even imagine what to do with the conquered victim. And indeed, what is incredible here is that I had already become so morally depraved and so unaccustomed to real life that just now I had taken it into my head to reproach and decry her for coming to me to hear sympathetic words. And I didn't even guess that to hear sympathetic words was not what she had come for at all, but to love me, because for a woman love comprises all resurrection, all salvation from whatever sort of ruin, and all regeneration, and cannot be manifested in any other way. I no longer hated her so much, however, as I scuttled about the room, peering through the cracks in the screens. It simply was intolerably burdensome to me that she was there. I wanted her to disappear. I wanted to be left in peace, alone in my underground. I had grown so unused to real life that I could hardly breathe for the oppressiveness of it. But several minutes more passed, and still, oblivious of everything round her, she did not get up. I was shameless enough to knock gently on the screen to recall herself to her. She roused herself abruptly, started from her place, and began hurriedly groping for her shawl, her hat, her coat, as if she was running away from me. 2 minutes later she came slowly out from behind the screen and rested her eyes, with painful effort, on me. I gave her a forced and angry smile for the sake of decency and turned away from her look. "Good-bye," she said as she went towards the door. I rushed after her, seized her hand, opened it, put something into it, and closed it again. Then I at once turned away and darted into the furthest corner of the room, so that at least I should not see. I wish I could lie now and write that I had done it without premeditation, without thinking, absent-mindedly out of stupidity, but I won't lie. And so I say straight out that I had unclenched her hand and put something in it with malice afterthought. The idea had come to me while I was scurrying about the room and she was sitting behind the screens. But what I can say for myself with certainty is that, although I committed this cruelty deliberately, it came from my wicked head and not from my heart. It was so artificial, so intellectual, so contrived, so bookish, that I could not sustain it even for a minute. First I fled into the corner so that I should not see, and then, full of shame and despair, dashed headlong after Lisa. I opened the outer door and listened intently. "Lisa! Lisa!" I called towards the stairs, but timidly, only half aloud. There was no answer, but I thought I heard her steps on the lowest stairs. "Lisa!" I called more loudly. No answer. But at that moment I heard the close-fitted glaze street door dragged open and slammed shut. The noise echoed up the stairway. She had gone. I went back irresolutely into the room. I felt utterly wretched. I stood near the table by the chair in which she had sat, and stared mindlessly in front of me. After about a minute I started violently. Straight before me on the table I saw, in a word, I saw a crumpled, blue 5-ruble note. The one I had thrust into her hand a few moments ago. It was the same note. There wasn't another in the house. She must have managed to throw it to the table just as I was rushing into the corner. What then? It was what I might have expected. Might have? No, I was so egotistical, I had so little respect for other people, that it never entered my head that she would do such a thing. This was too much. A split second later I had flung on my clothes in frantic haste, and was rushing headlong after her. She had not had time to even go 200 yards when I ran out into the street. It was quiet, and the snow fell thickly, almost perpendicularly, spreading a soft white sheet over the pavement and the empty road. There were no passerbys. There was not a sound. The street lamps gleamed sadly and uselessly. I ran a couple of 100 yards to the next crossing and halted. Which way had she gone, and why was I running after her? Why? To fall in front of her, burst into repentant sobs, kiss her feet and beg her forgiveness. That was what I wanted. My heart was torn, and never, never can I remember that moment with indifference. But to what end? I thought. Should I not begin to hate her the very next day, perhaps, precisely because I had kissed her feet today? Could I possibly give her happiness? Had I not recognized my own true value today? For the 100th time, could I avoid torturing her? I stood in the falling snow, gazing into the hazy darkness, and thought about it. And isn't it better, I wondered later on, at home when I was already trying to dull the sharp pain in my heart with fanciful imaginings? Isn't it better if she carries away with her now an everlasting wound to her pride? Humiliation, after all, is a purification. It is the acutest and most vivid consciousness. Tomorrow I should have polluted her mind and wearied her heart by my presence. But now the insult will never die within her, and however revolting the filth in store for her, her humiliation will elevate and purify her through hate and, perhaps, forgiveness also. But will all this make things easier for her? And in fact, here for my own benefit, I posed an empty question. Which is better, a cheap happiness or lofty suffering? Tell me then, which is better? So things appeared to me, as I sat at home that evening, more than half dead with mental pain. I have never experienced such pain and penitence. But could there have been the slightest doubt, when I went running out of my room, that I would turn back halfway and go home? I never saw Lisa again or heard what had become of her. I will add that for a long time I remained pleased with my phrase about the benefits of insult and hatred, in spite of the fact that I almost fell ill from anguish at that time. Even now, after so many years, all this comes back to me as very nasty. There are many things that I remember as bad, but ought I not to end my notes here? I think I made a mistake in beginning to write them at all. At least I have felt ashamed. All the time I have been writing this story of the falling sleet. Therefore it is no longer literature, but penal correction. After all, to tell a long story about how I missed life through decaying morally in a corner, not having sufficient means, losing the habit of living, and carefully cultivating my anger underground, really is not interesting. A novel needs a hero, but here all the features of an anti-hero have purposely been collected, and most of all, the whole thing produces a bad impression because we have all got out of the habit of living. We are all in a greater or less degree crippled. We are so unused to living that we often feel something like loathing for quote-unquote real life, and so cannot bear to be reminded of it. We have really gone so far as to think of real life as toil, almost as servitude, and we are all agreed, for our part, that it is better in books. And what is it we sometimes scratch about for? What do we cry for? What do we beg for? We don't know ourselves. And it would be worse for us if our stupid whims were indulged. Just try giving us, for example, as much independence as possible. Untie the hands of any one of us, loosen our bonds, and I assure you, we should all immediately beg to go back under discipline. I know that you may be angry with me for saying this. You will cry out against me and stamp your foot. You are only talking about yourself and your underground miseries. Don't dare speak for quote-unquote all of us. Excuse me, gentlemen. I am not trying to excuse myself with that allness. As for what concerns me personally, after all I have only carried to a logical conclusion in my life what you yourselves didn't dare take more than halfway. And you supposed your cowardice was common sense, and comforted yourselves with the self-deception. So perhaps I turn out to be more alive than you. Look harder. After all, we don't even know where real life is lived nowadays, or what it is, what name it goes by. Leave us to ourselves, without our books, and at once we get into a muddle and lose our way. We don't know whose side to be on, or where to give our allegiance. What to love and what to hate, what to respect and what to despise. We even find it difficult to be human beings, real men with real flesh and blood of our own. We are ashamed of it, we think it a disgrace, and are always striving to become some unprecedented kind of generalized human being. We are born dead, and moreover we have long ceased to be the sons of living fathers, and we become more and more contented with our condition. We are acquiring the taste for it. Soon we shall invent a method of being born from an idea. But that's enough. I shall write no more from the underground. This is not the end, however, of the notes of this paradoxical writer. He could not help going on, but to us too, it seems that this will be a good place to stop. 1864. End of Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky.